Chapter 1238. There was an enormous world fragment at the edge of the sinkhole. It was so heavy that even the sinkhole couldn't suck it in. Supposedly, it was a fragment of the primordial netherworld that had taken root at the bottom of the realm sea. It was a fragment that the sinkhole had devoured before, but luckily, it hadn't been sucked into the center. Now, it was a place where the sinkhole scavengers camped and traded. The primordial netherworld was dark and lightless. It was a world devoid of light, and it was so heavy that even Dowlords couldn't cause much damage to it. It could have been said to be the largest connate treasure in the sinkhole, but because it was so large and couldn't be divided, it couldn't be used and became a giant piece of trash. Countless Dowlords wanted to get something from it, but how could a bunch of golden immortals and Dowlords get what they wanted when even the sinkhole couldn't? The old Taoist led Brahma Tianjun into the netherworld fragment in a practiced manner. It was an extremely vast world, but it was also very lively. A short while later, Brahma Tianjun saw a third Daelord's remnant soul flash past in the cold wind of this world. The shadows that were as dense as black lines were all ghost immortals, and they fluttered in the cold wind like human skin. Some of the densely packed dead souls were so powerful that even Brahma Tianjun found them difficult to deal with. These are the immortals and Dowlords who died in the sinkhole over the years, but luckily managed to escape with a wisp of their soul. The old Taoist said calmly, "They all live in the netherworld, searching for bodies to possess or substitutes. Your body is absolutely top grade, and it might attract the attention of the most terrifying ghost immortals. It's best to keep a low profile. Although these souls don't have bodies, they cultivate in the netherworld fragment and aren't any weaker than Dowlords with bodies. Also, most of the Dowlords who manage to escape with a wisp of their soul in the sinkhole are old hands. Who knows what trump cards they have? There are thousands of treasures in the sinkhole. If you're confident, you could take them. Just be careful that they don't perish together. Most people wouldn't dare to offend them anyway." The old Taoist brought Fan Tianjun to the front of an ancient city with ease. Two characters, Northern Een, were engraved on the city gate. The characters were extremely simple and unadorned. It was possible that they were the ancient characters created by Emperor Cangjia when he created the characters. Bane. These two words are extremely old, and looking at the incomplete horizontal board of the ancient city, there seems to be an unfinished meaning behind it. Could this be the residence of Fengdu the Great? Fan Tianjun exclaimed in extreme shock. In the myriad of worlds, the ancient fiend gods had already become a legendary ruin, but after coming to the ultimate, there seemed to be ruins of the ancient fiend gods everywhere, appearing extremely ancient and mysterious. Idu, the old Taoist said with some inexplicable meaning, "I'm afraid this place can't even be compared to the Taoist palace of a little god like Idu. It's just a relic of a small city in the netherworld that was dug out by the predecessors. Maybe it was a small city governed by an unknown ghost king in the netherworld." According to the research of the old monsters of the netherworld Tao orthodoxy, the two characters are related to the laws of the netherworld. The Northern Een Idu, Supreme, Mystery, Devil Black, Law, Spiritual Book. But you're not a ghost cultivator. It has nothing to do with you. Let's enter the city. The old Taoist rubbed his hands and said with a wretched expression, "I've been waiting for a fat sheep like you for half a month in the wilderness. I need to find some fun to comfort myself. I need to find a female immortal from the beauty sect." Senior, you're already a mighty Taoist. Why are you still indulging in such matters between men and women? Fan Tianjun said disdainfully, "Do you think the Taoists here aren't as elegant and dignified as the ones outside? Those Taoists are all high and mighty, ruling over all living beings. Of course, they can transcend the mortal world and don't have us. But in the ultimate, a Taoist is just an ordinary cultivator. Do you know why I don't dare to enter the ultimate? I've seen too many high and mighty Taoists who enter and never come out. I've seen so many of them that you can't even count them. In fact, there are more than 10 times as many Dowlords as you know. Sages, celestial lords, fiend lords, Dowlords, they are exalted figures in the outside world and can look down on all living things. But in the sinkhole, they are no more exalted than anyone else. One day, they enter that place. The old Taoist pointed at the sinkhole, his dirty fingernails still filled with dirt. Then they never come back. At that time, you'll know that there's no difference between a Taoist and a mortal. Only Dara can transcend above them without any disasters or tribulations. Besides, the legs and waist of the beauty sex girls are like willows in the wind when they sway. The kind of enchanting beauty. I can't compare it with a green-haired kid like you. Only a truly experienced veteran knows how it feels. The old Taoist laughed. Fan Tianjun was instantly speechless. He felt that he might have misjudged him. This old fellow wasn't rich because of his unique business. Instead, he had spent all his money on debauchery and became an old and unrefined Taoist. In the next moment, Fan Tianjun confirmed his thoughts. Because the prices of goods near the ultimate were really too damn high. A drop of innate true water is enough for me to sleep with millions of female cultivators in the beauty sect. Even if she's an innate X, she's not worth that price. I just gave you 100 drops of innate true water, and you'll pay for it yourself. No employer will pay for it. Don't even think about paying for it. If I pay you so many innate items, and you tell me about your experience in the brothels, I'll chop you into pieces. After a while, the old Taoist dragged Fan Tianjun out of the beauty sex encampment dejectedly. He shook his head and lamented. People's hearts are no longer what they used to be. Kid, you asked me to impart my experience to you, and the biggest one I can impart is, don't enter the ultimate, don't enter the ultimate, don't enter the ultimate. Fan Tianjun almost crushed the blue sky true feather fan in his hand. He looked at the old Taoist and said through gritted teeth, this is your experience. The old Taoist suddenly put his hands behind his back, and his body suddenly grew taller. At this moment, his aura suddenly became ethereal, making Fan Tianjun feel as if this person had suddenly gone far away from him, but he could still see the old Taoist standing clearly in front of him. The old Taoist said in an ethereal voice, do you think it's nonsense? On the contrary, this is the most painful experience in the ultimate. Every word is stained with blood and lives, the blood and lives of Taoists. Over the years, 1 out of 10 Taoists who entered the ultimate never returned. Do you know that number? This is the ruler of a universe, a Taoist who regards all living beings as ants. 1 out of 10, that's not a lot. Fan Tianjun sneered. 1 out of 10 doesn't seem like a big chance, but for a Taoist with a lifespan of 100,000, you actually only have 2 choices, life or death. This is half and half, and either you live or you die. Once you go, it will be the difference between life and death. It will be a death calamity. Ask yourself, are you really willing? Fan Tianjun's expression changed, and he was actually speechless. He stared at the dark sky above his head for a long time, and then said faintly, the great Tao has always been forward, and I have no other choice. No, you do. The old Taoist suddenly got rid of his solemn expression and grinned. Who said that people in the ultimate can only earn money by risking their lives? Fan Tianjun was stunned. There's another way? Wasn't the little sister from the beauty sect one just now? Fan Tianjun was about to punch the old man when the old Taoist added in a sneaky manner, you found the right person by hiring me. Have you heard of treasure gambling? You're really good at gambling and drugs. I still don't know your Taoist name. Could it be Taoist Master Sandu? The old Taoist pretended not to hear Fan Tianjun's complaints and explained, treasure gambling is stone gambling. There are all kinds of strange things in the ultimate, and who knows if they're worth anything. That's why there's this place to gamble. Those that are easy to identify have naturally been bought by those gambling houses. What's left are things that can't be touched at all. Divine objects are covered in dust. As long as a top-notch Khanate being falls into the ultimate ruin, it will absorb some impurities in the ultimate ruin to protect itself. After a long time, these impurities will condense into a stone shell. No one knows what's under the shell, and they can only make guesses based on some characteristics on the surface. These impurities are the most common in the ultimate, and 1 in 10,000 has treasures so the business of stone gambling was born. If you have enough capital and good eyesight, why would you go to the ultimate to look for treasures? You can make money by gambling on stones. But to do this business, you first need to have a lot of capital. Gambling is a skill that relies on life and death in a small gamble. But a big gamble depends on capital and ability. No matter how good your eyesight is, there will be times when you lose everything in a single throw. On the contrary, if you share the risk evenly, the risk will be more even, and then you'll have to rely on your true ability to gamble. How about it? Do you have the confidence to beat him up? The old Taoist said in a cheap and cowardly manner. Fan Tianjun fell silent. He couldn't make up his mind, and if he were to gamble as soon as he arrived, he would look like a fool no matter how he looked at it. He looked at the old Taoist with suspicion. This guy couldn't be a scammer, could he? The old Taoist stomped his feet and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I that kind of person? Let me tell you a secret. Of course, there are tricks to gambling on treasures. On the contrary, those who dare to gamble have unique skills. First of all, the Tao patterns of heaven and earth. The ultimate Tao will erode the surface of the stone carvings, and the stone shell is produced when the innate spiritual object inside and the ultimate Tao fight against the ultimate Tao. It is engraved with the Tao marks of the object inside and the ultimate Tao. Experienced people can guess it just by looking at the appearance of the shell. Then, most of the divine arts in the world can't see through the stone shell left behind by the ultimate Tao, so the shell is also called absolute heavenly secrets, which means that no heavenly secrets Tao can see through it. It is a material that is close to the heavenly secrets Tao. If it wasn't for the fact that the stone shell is broken by other great Taos, it would lose its miraculous effect. Just this characteristic alone is worth a lot. Although the stone shell is said to contain the absolute heavenly secrets Tao, it doesn't mean that you can't see through it. Let me give you an example. The time-light true water. Even the stone shell can only alleviate the corrosion of the time-light true water, but it can't block it out, so the time-light true water can sense the aura inside the stone shell. However, the time-light true water is extremely precious, and it is stronger than 99% of innate spiritual objects. Moreover, sensing aura only enhances one's judgment. It isn't absolutely accurate. That's why no one would be so extravagant. Fan Tianjuan's heart skipped a beat. If the time-light true water could do it, so could the innate time Tao. It was just that it wasn't as immediate as the time-light true water. Fan Tianjun raised his head and gave the old Taoist a fright. He looked as if he was about to start a great Tao battle with someone. His eyes were bright, and he gave off a great pressure. He raised his leg and opened his hand, saying, "Let's go, lead the way." The old Taoist nodded and said heroically, "Let's go." "Good, looks like you have some skills." A strange creature that looked like a dragon and a flood dragon, with the head of a dragon and the tail of a flood dragon, said. The heaven immortals and true immortals next to him said in shock, "Is this the descendant of the primordial beings, the dragon race? This should be the Dragon Crown Prince. No wonder he is so rich." The descendants of innate beings have such great talent. It is said that he is a young Taoist from the Fan clan. His talent is so heaven-defying that he is not inferior to the descendants of innate beings. We are too old for two young Taoists to fight each other. You should have cultivated the time-light, true water divine ability, right? The Dragon Crown Prince sneered, sensing the stone shell. "No wonder you are so successful. Unfortunately, you met me. The dragon race has the heavenly dragon Tao mark technique, which can also see through the stone shell. Moreover, I have 30 drops of time-light true water with me. Your time divine ability is nothing in front of me. If you hand over that divine ability of yours, I might spare you this time." So, is the time-light divine ability? No wonder, but why are these two young Taoists fighting? It is said that the Fan Clan Taoist has been gambling in gambling dens for the past 3 years. At first, he won and lost, but later on, he won everything. A few days ago, he won an 8 trigrams immortal stone at the 4C Stone Workshop and won a dragon pearl. The Dragon Crown Prince wanted to take it by force in preparation for him to shed a dragon, but the Fan Clan Taoist wasn't willing to sell it, so the two clashed. So far, 2 rounds have been fought. In one round, he got the connate gung metal, which formed the shape of a pagoda with vital energy in its 7 orifices. It is a pity that it doesn't have the vital energy now, causing it to die in its embryo. Otherwise, it could have given birth to a connate spiritual treasure. A connate spiritual treasure embryo. Someone exclaimed. Why didn't the Dragon Crown Prince mention the 9-colored stone Zoysha in the other round? Someone retorted. Now that the Dragon Crown Prince has taken out a divine item like the Time Light True Water, I don't think the Fan Clan Taoist has any hope of winning. The Dragon Crown Prince opened the 4 Seas Stone Workshop. He can take out the hidden stones, but the Fan Clan Taoist can only choose from the eliminated stones. Isn't that bullying? The old Taoist moved closer to Fan Tianjun and said in a low voice, Don't bet with him here. The best stones have all been collected by him. You can only choose the ones he eliminated. Don't forget, the winner will be decided in 3 rounds. The loser will not only have to give up all the treasures he opened, he will also have to pay a dragon pearl. Your connate spiritual treasure embryo is dozens of times more valuable than his 9-colored stone Zoysha. If we didn't decide the winner in 3 rounds, you would have won long ago. If we continue to bet, we will be at a great disadvantage. The 4 Seas Stone Workshop has a batch of stones that were found after the huge storm in the Ultimate. According to my calculations, the storm may have stirred up the precipitated impurities in the deeper parts of the Ultimate, which may contain precipitates from an even more ancient era, or even treasures from the chaotic era. Only by forcing him to bet with me can I have access to all the primordial stones in the 4 Seas Stone Workshop. I already understand that connate items can no longer help me achieve Tao. I need a primordial stone from the chaotic era to seal the chaotic aura so that my Tao of time can be perfected. Have you ever thought? The old Taoist wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, If you knew that the primordial stones after the storm might contain treasures from the chaotic era, how could the 4 Seas Stone Workshop not think of it? They might have kept these primordial stones and slowly cut them. This is their foundation, so how could they exchange it for resources? The dragons don't lack resources. I know. That's why I deliberately lost and forced the Dragon Prince to use these stones. Sure enough, the Dragon Prince felt the pressure. He used 3 drops of Time Light True Water, but still couldn't feel anything. Large drops of sweat were forced out of his forehead. The Dragon Prince had to whisper to the person next to him. The shopkeeper's expression changed, but he still disappeared quietly. When he reappeared, he secretly took out a primordial stone and gave it to the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince tested it with Time Light True Water again, but his expression was still ugly. He shook his head at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper went back and forth a few times, took out a few primordial stones, and used up the Dragon Prince's Time Light True Water until there were only 13 drops left. The Dragon Prince's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he decisively prepared to get up and disappear. At this time, Fan Tianjun stopped him with a sneer and said, Dragon Prince, it's fine if you ask someone to give you the stones, but now you're going to choose the precious primordial stones from the 4 Stones Workshop. Don't you have any shame? The Dragon Prince's eyes shone fiercely. He sneered and said, If I want to cut, I'll get the best treasures. It's easy to beat you, but I don't like the stones here, so I naturally have to find better ones. If you want, you can also choose stones from other stone workshops. The passers-by around them all booed. Who didn't know that the best things in each stone workshop were secret treasures? If you want to bet, you have to rely on your eyesight, your true ability. I want to bet the same batch of primordial stones as you. I'll use whichever batch you use. Do you dare to agree? The Dragon Prince's eyes lit up, and he remembered a batch of special primordial stones. That batch of primordial stones, Tao marks, were very different from ordinary stones. It was said that they came from an even more ancient era. Although they didn't find anything good, they were the most illogical and difficult to guess. More importantly, they had already found a treasure in that batch of primordial stones, and for the sake of research, the stone skin was still intact. He only needed to fix the stone skin to disguise it as an uncut primordial stone. The reason why ordinary primordial stones couldn't be faked was because the Tao marks would dissipate when the stone skin was cut open. But that kind of special primordial stone didn't have this characteristic. and even if the stone skin was cut open, the Tao marks would still be intact. The Dragon Prince gave the shopkeeper a look and sneered. Okay, I'll not only bet the same batch of primordial stones as you, but also the same vault as you. The shopkeeper took out a secret key and opened a secret stone vault. Inside the vault were the ancient primordial stones that Fan Tianjun had painstakingly calculated. The Dragon Prince was one step ahead of him, and chose a strange stone that looked like a Qilin's horn. Fan Tianjun only took a glance at it, and then looked away. This stone couldn't be what he was looking for. The precious materials that the Dragon Prince could use were definitely not what he was looking for. Fan Tianjun naturally guessed that the Dragon Prince might be cheating. But it didn't matter because that wasn't his goal. Everything was for an opportunity. An opportunity for him to open the Four Seas Stone Workshop's secret vault. Even if he couldn't find what he was looking for, he was ready to rob it. No one could stop him from achieving the Tao. There were all kinds of odd-shaped primordial stones in the vault. Some were shaped like lianhua, some are like ancient trees, and some are actually shaped like humans. Fan Tianjun immediately noticed the human-shaped stone. Unlike the Dragon Prince didn't think that the human shape was in line with the Great Tao, and he paid more attention to the divine beast-shaped stones. But Fan Tianjun knew that the human shape was the shape of Pangu, and it was also something extraordinary in the primal chaos. There was also a strange stone that was half black and half white, like an eyeless Tai Chi. There was also a strange stone that had the lower body of a fish and the upper body of a bird. Fan Tianjun manipulated the Timelight True Water to sense the auras of all the primordial stones. It was 100 times more difficult for the Timelight True Water to permeate these primordial stones than ordinary primordial stones. Even though Fan Tianjun had the innate great Tao of time, he could only vaguely sense a wisp of aura. The human-shaped stone contained a destructive aura, which Fan Tianjun could sense. It was very precious and extremely powerful, but also very dangerous. He had a feeling that if he opened this stone, a great calamity would happen, and everyone here would be stained with blood. The strange stone that looked like lianhua was empty, without any aura. There was a weak life aura in the ancient tree and strange stone. Although weak, it was very tenacious and unusually fresh, like some extremely precious spirit medicine. When Fan Tianjun was about to choose this stone, he suddenly sensed something from the stone that was half black and half white. It was like a black hole that was devouring the surrounding aura, but there was a smell of yin and yang in the black hole. Fan Tianjun also sensed something in it. Perhaps it was a mysterious ability of the innate time Great Tao to sense the past and the future. I'll take this one. If I don't have it, I'll turn hostile and kidnap the Dragon Crown Prince, then loot this place. With just 3 Tao lords guarding the stone square, no one is a match for me. Fan Tianjun secretly made up his mind and took away the strange stone that was half black and half white. Cut it. The Dragon Prince carefully cut the stone from the Qilin horn. The stone skin slowly fell off, and an inexplicable aura slowly spread out. The Tao lords present felt a kind of spiritual, auspicious, and wonderful aura that could wash away bad luck spreading. I feel the aura of the ruins of End on me dissipating, a scavenger said excitedly. The aura of the ruins of End was the ominous aura of the ruins of End, and the reason why scavengers didn't dare to enter the ruins of End again in a short period of time. If the aura of the ruins of End was too strong, the scavengers who entered the ruins of End would naturally encounter bad luck. However, this auspicious aura could dispel the ominous aura of the ruins of End. It was so magical that even if it was a pile of shit, it would still be treasure shit. The Dragon Prince had a smug smile on his face. He naturally knew what was inside. He was confident that Fan Tianjun couldn't cut out a better innate spirit item than this, unless it was a legendary innate spirit treasure. Otherwise, a corner of the thing in the stone was revealed. It was a feather that seemed to contain all colors, surrounded by auspicious, lucky, gentle, and peaceful aura. Seeing the corner of the feather, someone gasped. Phoenix Chi. That's the feather of a phoenix, and the feather of an innate phoenix. The feather seems to be burning. Could it be Nanmingli fire? This is a phoenix feather with a fire seed of Nanmingli fire, the feather of the innate god phoenix. The onlookers were excited. The innate fire seed was a relic of an innate being. It was not like the innate true water, which could be used less and less. It was a treasure that could let people master the magical power of Nanmingli fire. We're going to win. The Dragon Prince is going to win. How could Nanmingli fire lose? Tell me, how could Nanmingli fire lose? Someone said with a flushed face. The old Taoist also slapped his thigh and said in despair, "It's over. It's over this time. Fanboy, good luck." Fan Tianjun, do you still want to cut the stone? The Dragon Prince said proudly. Fan Tianjun picked up the stone-cutting knife. The Dragon Prince snorted. You won't give up until you see the Yellow River. Are you talking about the Yellow River? The legendary Yellow River, where Emperor Shi proved his Tao. It's said that the dragon horse came from the Yellow River. It's hard to imagine what kind of river the Yellow River was. Unfortunately, the untainted land was broken and these sacred places disappeared. Legend has it that the Yellow River and the Yellow River are the ancestors of rivers. The Water Clan in the river is comparable to the Dragon Clan in the Four Seas. The Dragon Clan wants to conquer these two rivers the most. Lower your voice. The Dragon Prince is up there. Fan Tianjuan's knife fell on the black and white strange stone. He was slightly stunned. The invincible stone-cutting divine tool couldn't cut this strange stone. Even with his Lord of Tao's supernatural power, he couldn't do anything to this stone. Fan Tianjun ignored the Dragon Prince and the people around him. He sharpened the universal light into a blade and quietly attached it to the stone-cutting knife. Breaking the stone's skin, two huge figures seemed to appear outside the netherworld fragment. The dark and lightless world became the projection of two huge existences. In the darkness, there was a shadow darker than the darkness, which formed the shadows of these two existences. It was as if the scene of the primordial age was projected in the netherworld realm. The people seemed to be peeping at the battle between the two powerful existences through a hole. What surged around them was the boiling primordial chaos. The two terrifying existences were fighting. They were tearing apart the primordial chaos, or rather, the primordial chaos was being torn apart by their hands and broken into a normal world around them. They shattered the primordial chaos, allowing all things to appear. There's a history hidden here, the history of this primordial chaos stone. Fan Tianjun trembled with excitement because he sensed the universal light at the end of time. This is in the primordial chaos. Fighting in the primordial chaos. Isn't that? The Dragon Prince looked shocked, which made him lose his mind. Isn't that a chaos god fiend? This is a battle between two chaos god fiends. Someone said what he didn't finish. Of the two chaos god fiends, one was in the shape of a lion or a swanee. It was a mighty swanee that stood in the primordial chaos. It pounced on the other chaos god fiend that had no face, only black and white. It roared at the same time, Yuan Yu. You can't escape. So this chaos god fiend's real name is Yuan Yu. Fan Tianjun thought. It is indeed mysterious. Yuan Yu's great Tao is unheard of. It must be some kind of secret, innate, great Tao that no one knows about. Horned head of the same sect. Taiji Seal. The roar of the other chaos god fiend could only be heard intermittently. They watched as the two chaos god fiends fought, and the primordial chaos was shattered into all kinds of matter. Some primordial chaos stones were thrown out by the black and white chaos god fiend Yuan Yu. It was only then that Fan Tianjun realized that these strange stones were formed from the shattered primordial chaos and the power of the chaos god fiends. It looked like the black and white chaos god fiend was being suppressed by the horned chaos god fiend. Even his true body was injured and bleeding yellow blood. He turned his broken body into a golden bridge and fled towards the place where the primordial chaos hadn't been shattered yet. Your foundation isn't stable. There's no point in running, the horned chaos god fiend said coldly. The two Chaos God Fiends fought to the end of the world, and even the primordial chaos was obliterated. Yuan Yu fought until his Chaos God Fiend body was shattered. Even his yellow blood was burned to ash. His broken body continuously turned into a golden bridge, which was then repeatedly shattered by the horned Chaos God Fiend. The black and white Chaos God Fiend Yuan Yu fought to the point where his blood was completely drained and his Tao was exhausted, but he still refused to bow down. This kind of heroic and tragic aura, coupled with the power and terror of the Chaos God Fiend, deeply shocked everyone. Just as Yuan Yu was fighting to the point where his life force was exhausted, just as the horned Chaos God Fiend was about to face a fatal blow, he suddenly looked up and said, "River Styx, why are you stopping me?" At this moment, the primordial chaos stone finally cracked. The source of all this aura was a tiny golden fragment that emanated a terrifying aura that made Tao Lords tremble. At this moment, someone finally came to their senses. It was a fragment of the golden bridge formed from the broken body of the primordial Chaos God Fiend. It was a fragment of the Chaos God Fiend's body and weapon. All the Tao Lords were in an uproar. No one cared about the Dragon Crown Prince or the Fan family Tao Lords. Everyone rushed towards that golden fragment. Fan Tianjun let out a furious roar, activated the fragment, and charged out of the encirclement. Tao Lords were stained with blood. A group of people fought their way into the depths of the Netherworld fragment, and Tao Lords who had heard the news constantly joined in. In the end, Fan Tianjun, who was outnumbered, had no choice but to activate the remaining power of the golden fragment and beat it into the realm sea of the heavens. While the other Tao Lords chased after the fragment and disappeared into the realm sea, he seized the opportunity to escape. The mysterious old Taoist watched all this coldly from the sidelines. He was still smiling wickedly and emanating a mysterious, demonic aura. "This is an opportunity that I traded my body for." The old Taoist stared at the golden fragment with bloodshot eyes. To think that I, the mighty Taoist, had to lower myself to become the leader of the Maiden Demon Tao. My reputation was ruined, and I didn't even dare to mention my true body. In the end, Patriarch River Styx intervened and stopped Immortal Chiosho for me. The old Taoist seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. "Forget it. It's so smelly. It's been so long. Why do I still care about this? Immortal Chiosho, you ruined my chance to be a good person." The golden fragment shook off all its pursuers and disappeared into the realm sea. It transformed into a meteor and fell into an inconspicuous little world. 1,000,000 years later, a young cultivator named Zhu Yuanyu dug it out from the soil. Another round of reincarnation. Chapter 1239. Impressive. Immortal Chiosho looked at Yuan Yu, who had black and white swirling around his body. "No wonder you kept turning your broken chaos fiend god bodies into golden bridges, and kept asking me to break them. I was wondering what kind of spirit treasure could compare to our chaos fiend god bodies. I thought you weren't used to fighting chaos fiend gods. I didn't expect that your goal was to keep spreading those golden bridge pieces. You have countless pieces, and Patriarch River Styx is helping you. I can no longer stop you from changing your foundation." Immortal Chiosho sighed. "But how much did you pay for Patriarch River Styx's help?" Yuan Yu's eyes reddened, but he didn't speak. Immortal Chiosho shook his head. "Never mind. Since you've already changed your foundation, I won't force your chaos fiend god bodies anymore, seeing that we are both disciples of the mystic door. After all, with junior brother Zhao Gongming's face, I can't make things too difficult for you." Immortal Chiosho gave Yuan Yu a sympathetic look, then leaped up and left. The chaos was shattering. The endless, violent chaos power was shattered by the 3,000 chaos fiend god bodies, turning into wind, earth, water, and fire. The four great forces shook the void, and the natural powers were in a period of extreme chaos. The chaos power evolved into Khanate, and some tangible but intangible substances were born. Yuan Yu took advantage of this opportunity to wrap the golden bridge pieces in the chaos, then smuggled them into the future and completed the plan to change the foundation. Of course, more importantly, River Styx stopped Immortal Chiosho from spying on and interfering with the future timeline, forcing Immortal Chiosho to give up on suppressing Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu and Immortal Chiosho's battle lasted for countless years, but they only shattered a patch of chaos, which occupied an insignificant part of the primordial era. Their battle followed the general trend. The birth of the 3,000 Chaos Fiend Gods meant the end of the chaos. The 3,000 Chaos Fiend Gods were the targets set by enlightened Master Pangu to end the formless primordial era. There were still many powerful beings killing each other in the chaos. In particular, the Dara whose great Tao could accommodate and learn from each other wanted to kill their competitors and occupy the source of the primordial world's great Tao. They wanted to become the Chaos God Fiends who monopolized the Tao. They shattered the Chaos world. Wherever they went, the chaos embryonic form of matter was shattered. Matter finally began to stabilize and change, causing time to no longer be in a vague and uncertain state of chaos, causing time and space to no longer be unobservable. In the chaos, the strange state of time that lasted for countless years finally began to stabilize. The entire world had a fixed time scale. In the primal chaos, two chaotic god fiends that had no connection with each other would not be on the same timeline due to the isolation of the primal chaos. Therefore, it was possible for one chaotic god fiend to lose a moment of time while the other chaotic god fiend had already nurtured an immeasurable amount of tribulation. The light of the universe turned into a chaotic state and revolved around the true fetus of the chaotic god fiend. Only when there was a karmic connection between two chaotic god fiends would they be in the same timeline. In reality, if one did not use a powerful technique, the god fiend fetus would not be able to meet in the primal chaos. Even if a chaotic god fiend that was being nurtured spent countless hours searching the entire primal chaos, it would not be able to find another chaotic god fiend. This was because the other chaotic god fiend would be in a state of chaos compared to it. Therefore, Immortal Chiosho had to destroy Yuan Yu's foundation and temporarily force him out of the state of chaotic god fiend. Only then would it be able to find him. Yuan Yu had fallen out of the state of chaos, so he could come into contact with the other Dara's chaotic god fiend fetus and use them to escape from Immortal Chiosho's pursuit. As for the Dara conference in the Purple Cloud Palace, it was due to the Purple Cloud Palace being in the embryonic state of the multiverse after it was opened up by Dara. Only then could it bear the pressure of the entire primal chaos and allow all the chaotic god fiends to send their auras into the conference. After leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, the chaotic god fiends could not meet each other. Compared to other existences of the same kind, every chaotic god fiend was in an unfathomable state of chaos between existence and non-existence. Now that time had been determined and they had left the state of chaos, even if two chaotic god fiends were in different parts of the world and completely isolated from each other in terms of karma, they would still be in the same timeline. Once matter, existence, and form were established, everyone could come into contact and even fight each other in the center of the primal chaos. The primal chaos aura surged violently. A gigantic figure tore through everything. With just his physical body, he had shattered the enormous sea of chaos that was billions of times larger than the area where Yuan Yu and Immortal Chiosho were fighting. He seemed to be the combination of all living beings in the world, but his most important form was still the combination of a dragon and a human. The true body of the chaotic god-fiend water ancestor. Countless rivers flowed down from his hair. His body was a huge water element cycle. His head was the Milky Way of stars. His body was the untainted four seas. His hands and feet were the four poles of heaven and earth. His heart and lungs were the chaotic whole of ultimate. And his dragon tail was the nether river that extended from the blood sea. Two dragons coiled around his hands, a human head and a dragon body, and a gigantic demonic shadow, which represented his identity as the demon ancestor. He coiled the Milky Way around his head, and the nebula formed by countless stars formed a gigantic universe. This was only an insignificant part of his body. He was an enormous universe, only slightly smaller than the chaos four seas. Only a chaotic god-fiend like this could stand in the center of the sea of chaos that he had shattered and see the boundaries of the sea. He was River Styx, or rather, River Styx's chaotic god-fiend. His every move caused huge waves, and his body had already become an obstacle that limited his movements. Once the water ancestor was born, he could sense the chaotic god-fiends that were similar to his own great Tao. They were all god-fiends that leaned towards the element of water, such as Gong Gong, Xian Ming, and the ancestral dragon. Looks like I have no choice but to beat them to death. I hope they can understand. After all, only one person can become the source of the great Tao of water. River Styx's youthful Tao body materialized from the water ancestor's true body. He stood before the water ancestor's true body, looking like a tiny speck of dust. He sighed as he looked at his magnificent, chaotic, god-fiend true body. Although River Styx had made deals with most of the great divines, and River Styx had split many powers for them to ensure their rights in the future, the prerequisite for all of this was that River Styx occupied the source of the great Tao with the water ancestor's true body, and occupied the upper reaches of the great Tao of water. Using his own myth as an example, he wanted to create a myth of the water ancestor that represented the end of water. He was one of Pangu's incarnations, the source of all the waters in the Chaos Four Seas. Gong Gong, Xian Ming, the ancestral dragon, and Kuan Peng had all obtained a part of his legacy. Among the chaotic god-fiends, the water ancestor was an extremely powerful chaotic god-fiend. He killed the incarnations of Gong Gong, Xian Ming, the ancestral dragon, and Kuan Peng, as well as countless weak chaotic god-fiends. In the end, he became a powerful enemy of Pangu and died at Pangu's hands. In the future, it would become one of the sources of the primordial Great Tao. This was a part of the game, and it was also a battle of the Great Tao. It was a question that determined who was superior at the source of the Great Tao. It was a fundamental question of whether the east wind would prevail over the west wind, or whether the west wind would prevail over the east wind. It was a conflict of interests that could not be compromised. The deal made by River Styx was that Pangu's Dharma form would turn into the ancestor of water, and his body would turn into the general trend of the great circulation of water in the primordial world. By dividing the authority, the benefits would be shared, and an agreement between the powerful mediums would be reached. However, there were some things that could not be traded. Was it that all the powerful mediums of water would turn into the ancestor of water and create a common entity above their heads? Then, each of them would symbolically give up a name and belong to a symbolic incarnation? Or was it that River Styx would be above all the powerful mediums of water and be everyone's father? This was a fundamental difference in interests. One was to provide the name of a community to allow all powerful mediums related to the great Tao of water to form a republic and establish a meeting of the ancestor water. As the president of the meeting, River Styx would be in charge of the basic name and legitimacy of the ancestor water. The other was to let the ancestor of water become the source of all powerful mediums related to the great Tao of water and become their father. He would become a feudal patriarchal authority. According to River Styx's promise, River Styx would pass his power to his children. Then, River Styx would be the future eldest son and could even temporarily control the powers of all the other mediums and become a father again. For example, the East King of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. I look like the East King, but in fact I can possess the body of a god at any time and become the father of a heavenly king. I can beat you up, isn't that awesome? As much as Hong Xiuquan felt uncomfortable about being possessed by the father, Gong Gong's powerful mediums made River Styx and Water Ancestor feel the same. Everyone was the son of the Ancestor of Water, the reincarnations of chaos monsters who were killed by the Ancestor of Water, while River Styx was the eldest son of the Ancestor of Water and was also the reincarnation of the Ancestor of Water. Because of this, everyone had to lower their heads to him. How could those powerful mediums be willing to do this? This was no longer a plan that could be completed by trading. He could only persuade them with his iron fists. He could only fight for his position with his fists. If Xian Ming and the other two mediums had the foresight, they would certainly complain, I'm doing a deal with you with good intentions, but you want to be our father. Old bastard die. If I can beat them, I'll be their father. If I can't, I can only be the speaker. Sighed River Styx. I finally understand how the three pure ones feel. I want to divide the powers and rotate them. And true Master Pangu has a republic. But it feels so good to be a father. It feels so good to be the father of the ancestor of water, and the three pure ones and the other two pure ones are so happy to be everyone's Pangu father. Those powerful mediums have been their fathers for so many years. No wonder they can't bear it anymore. But they have to bear it even if they can't. The three pure ones are so calculative. Giving me the position of Pangu's image is probably good enough, but one day, I have the position of Pangu, so I have to plan for it. I've confirmed the position of the ancestor of water, so I need to climb over the heads of those powerful mediums who control the great Tao of water. If I do that, I'll be attacked. The three pure ones can tolerate my plan, but Hoodoo's plan of 12 groups of witches is definitely in conflict with mine. After all, no matter how powerful the ancestor of water is, Pangu is still his father. The three pure ones can tolerate me because they have the ancestor of water as their father, and they are Pangu's grandfathers. Hoodoo and the others want to promote the 12 ancestors of witches to be equal to the three pure ones. Not to mention other things, 2 of the 12 ancestors of witches are my sons. With the ancestor of water as my father, how can they be equal to the three pure ones? In this way, I'm tied to the three pure ones' chariot. If I want to be a father, I have to tolerate having Pangu as my father. It sounds like some kind of accomplice. It's hard to satisfy both the grandfather and the grandson. You, who try to be a father, are finally recognized as your father. If it weren't for the fact that I'm not strong enough to defeat them, I, River Styx, would be Pangu's father for once. The Grand Supreme did not plan much when he played chess. He just went with the flow. He only used the conflict between River Styx's plan and Hoodoo's. He kept magnifying the conflict, forcing River Styx to take a side. River Styx was originally leaning towards Hoodoo, but now, the Grand Supreme created an opportunity for River Styx by giving up the image of Pangu, a chance to get closer to the source of the Great Tao. River Styx would not necessarily choose to attain the true form of the water ancestor, but once River Styx had the ambition to advance, it would definitely destroy the current balance of interests. With the size of River Styx, as long as it squeezed into Pangu, it would definitely destroy the current balance. Compared to the three pure ones, whose interests were simple, Hoodoo relied on the current situation of interests to win over most of the great mediums. Under the current balance of interests, the great mediums were dissatisfied with the three pure ones. Therefore, when River Styx stirred things up, it would definitely destroy Hoodoo's current plan. Even without Water Ancestor Pangu, there would still be Lightning Ancestor Pangu and Demon Ancestor Pangu. As long as River Styx became Pangu, they would definitely have conflicts of interest. The Grand Old Man's plan was indeed like an antelope's horn hanging on an antelope's horn, leaving traces of the Great Tao behind, naturally and conveniently. If River Styx wanted to ascend to the throne, he would have to infringe on the interests of others. Most of the powerful beings in Pangu stood against the three pure ones and supported Hoodoo. However, the three pure ones were too powerful, so no one was willing to stand up for them. Therefore, River Styx had very few choices. He could either fight for the three pure ones' interests, or, as long as River Styx was determined to fight for Pangu, he would immediately become the pillar of Hoodoo's camp, and his reputation would grow to the level of worship. However, they would also become the vanguard of the three pure ones' counterattack and become the meat shield. He became the most pitiful scapegoat in this round. He, River Styx, had always let others take the blame. Well, had he ever taken the blame for someone else? River Styx could not take the blame for this. He could not take it even in his next life. If he did not fall out with the three pure ones, he could only infringe on the interests of the powerful beings on Hoodoo's side. Now that Hoodoo challenged the three pure ones, she relied on the unspoken tacit understanding between the powerful beings. If he allowed river Styx to destroy the current situation, he would be destroying this political tacit understanding. This would make it impossible for the powerful beings to secretly work together to seal off the three pure ones, put immense pressure on them, and force them to give in. However, River Styx did not want to walk on any of the paths that the Grand Supreme had planned for him. He wanted to complete the plan of the Water Ancestor to occupy the source of the Tao, and also help Hoodoo successfully attack the three pure ones, break their monopoly and hegemony over Pangu, and demote Papa Pangu. After all, no one wanted to have another Papa above them. River Styx now wanted to be someone else's Papa Pangu, and at the same time, he wanted to pull Papa Pangu down from above him. That was why it was difficult to be a Papa Pangu at the same time. Only ordinary people can choose. The powerful beings all have to choose. River Styx clenched his fists fiercely and said, "I want to take advantage of this. No one can take advantage of me. Let's see who wins." Now is not the time for the chaotic gods and demons to fight against each other. In the Taishu era, the gods and demons have no substance. Only in the Taisu era will all the gods and demons fight against each other to determine the final real body of Pangu, which will contain everyone's fruit of the way and open up the untainted universe. Mingi pinched his fingers and calculated the beginning of the next era. I have to think of a way to get out of this situation. I don't want to choose between the two options given to me by the Grand Supreme. The little boy from a few days ago was very interesting. I gave him a hand, but he was still too weak to be a pawn. I'll leave him for when the primitive universe is opened up. In this battle of Pangu, there are not many who can be pawns. Those who can be used as plunder materials have to at least be called ancestors. My foundation in the primitive universe is still too shallow. Even if I were to play on this chessboard, I don't have enough pawns to play. I can't compete with the three pure ones at all. Now that the chaos has opened up, the primitive universe has yet to be formed, and Pangu has yet to appear. This era can be called the primordial world. The primordial world has great potential. I still need to plan carefully. Pull up load next chapters. Chapter 1240. They have a group of powerful beings, but I'm alone. River Styx planned calmly. Sparks of wisdom flashed in the eyes of his powerful, chaotic god-fiend true form. Of course, even if they attack together, I can easily suppress them. I'm too powerful. I'm definitely not afraid of them attacking me together and putting me in a difficult position. It's just that fighting with my chaotic god-fiend true form is too barbaric and ungraceful. I'm an intelligent human. My greatest strength is my brain and wisdom. I'm not like those brainless connate life forms who only know how to use brute muscles and strong bodies. Of course, my muscles and body are also the strongest, but I choose to use this strength with my brain. The strength of the human race lies in being good at manipulating objects. A group of powerful beings fight like shrews, scratching their hair, pulling their scalps, scratching their faces, and pulling their clothes. What's the point? A true powerful being should be like the primordial beginning, who would rather suffer losses than lose face. A gentleman can take a beating without losing his crown. His face is bigger than the sky. Speaking of which, I can easily defeat 10 of these great divines, but if they pull my hair, scratch my face, kick my crotch, and make me look like a mess, then what's the point of winning? I'll lose face. If I lose face while playing a game, what's the point of playing a game? A bunch of muscular barbarians. Ha! River Styx laughed coldly in his heart. It was definitely not because he was afraid of incurring the wrath of the powerful beings when he suppressed those scumbags. It was because he had been jumping too high and enjoying himself too much recently, which led to him being plotted against and suppressed like how they had dealt with Ro. It was also definitely not because he was worried that the three pure ones would accidentally let go of the Tai Chi diagram and Panga banner and suppress him, the demon ancestor. It was also definitely not because he was afraid that he would follow in Ro's footsteps. The chaotic universe is still too barbaric. The dozens of Panga eras ruled by the connate ancient gods are too deeply imprinted. Everyone has the hobby of fighting bare-chested. They either use their own bodies to hit others, chaotic god-fiend true form, or use others' bodies to hit others, innate numinous treasures. Of course, this is also because the powerful beings are used to refining their chaotic god-fiend true form into their strongest weapons. After all, ordinary innate numinous treasures were not as sturdy as one's own body. For a Pangu chaotic god-fiend true form, like River Styx, he could smash an innate numinous treasure with one punch. The underworld river stared at the chaotic matter that began to be born after the chaos was broken. This was the best material in the untainted land. It could be said that a drop of water, a wisp of dust, or a piece of stone would be priceless treasures in the future. They could be refined into powerful magic weapons. A wisp of dust could be refined into dust haze. It could cover the sun and moon of the 3,000 worlds and bring eternal darkness. A drop of water from the chaos could shatter continents and stars. These chaotic substances were very fragile and easily changed. Their bodies were very fragile, but their energy level was very high. In River Styx's usual way of saying this, when the chaos was born and shattered, it was because of a non-conservation of parity or because the symmetry was broken and the great Tao was incomplete. Nothing was Hung Jun, and Wuji was Tai Chi's balance. In other words, all existence could be divided into yin and yang. This yin and yang symmetry was the commonality of the great Tao. In other words, symmetry reflected the commonality of different substances in motion. Wuji was a perfect state. It was a state of balance between yin and yang. It was a perfect existence of yin and yang. However, because of this perfection, Wuji could not be transformed into Tai Chi when yin and yang were in perfect balance. Yin and yang could not be divided. Because yin and yang were the Tao, positive matter and antimatter would destroy each other. Therefore, in the state of balance between yin and yang, there was no time. Wuji was too perfect. It was always in a state that Buddhism called emptiness and mystic door called nothing. Once yin and yang were divided, they would immediately return to Wuji. Because Tai had no time and space, there was no time for transformation. Wuji was Tai Chi, and Tai Chi was Wuji. However, in the end, it was still Wuji. Wuji contained the inherent talent of Tai Chi and contained Tai Chi. This was the state of balance between yin and yang, the balanced state of nothing, one yin and one yang. They would be perfectly symmetrical, turning into Tai Chi, returning to Wuji, and returning to Tao. This was also the state where matter and the innate Qi could not be born. The state of balance under Wuji, nothingness Hung Jun, one yin and one yang, perfectly symmetrical, no more, no less. In the state of flawless great Tao, it was impossible for chaos to be born. This was because all the innate Qi would return to Wuji. When the great Tao was flawless, naturally, it would not be born out of nothing. This was because yin and yang were born out of nothing, and then yin and yang returned to Wuji. It was just like how positive particles and antiparticles were born in the fluctuation of the void, but then they destroyed each other and returned to the void. This was Wuji. To create something out of nothing, the great Tao needed to be broken. The symmetry between yin and yang was broken, which meant that yin and yang could not be perfectly symmetrical. Someone needed to break the perfect symmetry of Wuji, and someone needed to break the great Tao. Hence, Dara and the others interfered in the state of balance between Wuji and Tai Chi, breaking it. The most important step was to push the birth of time. Time was the representation of the movement of matter. In the perfect state of Wuji, time did not exist. Once time existed, the yin and yang of Wuji would be divided, and then yin and yang would evolve into Tai Chi. The perfect model of returning to Wuji would naturally be broken. A portion of yang would not be able to find its corresponding yin and would not be able to return to Wuji, forming the embryonic form of matter, innate Qi. Hence, after the birth of time, the universe would show signs of innate Qi stirring. It was the kind of Qi dynamic that was about to be born. That was the asymmetry after the great Tao was broken. However, this process was too long, so they still needed to borrow Dara's hand to push it forward. Dara began to use this broken opportunity to refine its own ancestral chi. Originally, there was no time, and the state of Wuji was perfect. However, once there was time and matter began to move, there would be time and process for yin and yang to return to Wuji. Since there was time, there was room to intervene. When Wuji gave birth to Tai Chi, Dara's intervention would take away one yin or one yang and refine it into their own ancestral chi. Then there would definitely be corresponding yin and yang that could not return to Wuji. Dara's refinement of their own ancestral chi would produce the same amount of chi of chaos. Because Dara did not choose one of the yin and yang chi, the process of the birth of the untainted universe was different from that of the Earth's universe. Dara naturally leaned towards the Great Tao, and the Great Tao was Wuji, the balance of yin and yang. Hence, the ancestral chi created by Dara was generally in balance with yin and yang. Hence, the untainted universe would not naturally evolve into a positive yang chi universe or a negative yin chi universe. The total amount of yin and yang chi would not change, and there would be no differentiation. It was equivalent to Tai Chi being disrupted, and order no longer existed. Hence, the embryonic form of matter was very violent, chaotic, and inseparable. This was the cause of chaos. Dara's great Tao was broken, and it broke the balance of Wuji, giving birth to a violent and disorderly state of yin and yang, which was the opposite of Wuji. Dara's evolved the chaotic god fiend's body with ancestral chi. So the power of 3,000 chaotic god fiends was equivalent to the power of chaos at the beginning. However, after the chaos was born, its destructive chaotic nature would spread on its own. When the yin and yang chi of chaos met the yin and yang chi of Wuji, they would join in and destroy the symmetry of Wuji, turning Wuji into chaos. This was the reason why the great divines designed chaos, because they could not open up all of Wuji even if they exhausted themselves to death. They could only rely on chaos to make the original order of Wuji chaotic, turning it into chaos full of uncertainty. Then, Dara would absorb the chi of chaos from the chaos and gradually grow. This process was equivalent to Dara using its own great Tao to sort out yin and yang, making the disorderly chaos orderly according to its own great Tao, turning it into its own ancestral chi. Using chaos to open up Wuji, and then using chaotic god fiends to open up chaos, the birth of the untainted universe could be classified as the 5 periods of the primordial 5 ties, the 5 types of great Tao. It could also be divided according to Wuji, chaos, Tai Chi, or flood origin, chaos, primordial, Taishu, and Taisu. At this point, the meaning of chaotic matter was very easy to understand. When chaos was born and broken, because the great Tao was broken, Wuji was broken, and parity was not conserved, the original basic matter of one yin and one yang. After the break, the total amount of yin and yang remained unchanged, but the basic matter was not symmetrical. In other words, the birth of the primordial chi was not one positive and one negative, one yin and one yang, and there was no corresponding Tao in antimatter. In the Earth's universe, this was the theta gamma particle. Yin did not have a corresponding yang. Oh my God! A particle did not have its antiparticle, and the space mirror image of the same particle was not symmetrical. The particles in the mirror and the particles outside the mirror were not opposite to each other, and even the symmetry of time reversal could be broken. In the untainted universe, this was the Dara ancestral chi. A kind of Dara ancestral chi did not have a corresponding Tao, but another kind of ancestral chi of Dara. In other words, there were 3,000 kinds of asymmetrical basic particles in the untainted universe, and the innate matter could not be divided into yin and yang. In contrast, there was the state of chaos. One yin and one yang did not exist in the state of Wuji, which was a positive particle and a corresponding antiparticle. In the state of chaos, their symmetry was completely lost, and they both tended to be chaotic. In the state of Wuji, a positive particle would be annihilated when it met an antiparticle and returned to Wuji. However, in the state of chaos, a positive particle and an antiparticle would meet, and they would jointly show the state of chaotic particles, which meant that they could not be divided into positive and negative particles, and they would coexist and show the nature of chaos. The destruction of Wuji by chaos was equivalent to the creation of a pair of positive and negative particles in Wuji. Just as they were about to annihilate each other, the chaotic particle suddenly intervened. A chaotic positive particle snatched away the antiparticle of Wuji's positive particle, and it could not react with it. Instead, it infected the antiparticle of Wuji into a chaotic antiparticle. For example, Wuji yin and yang were equivalent to a pair of loving couples. They were born to be a pair, and they would eventually get married and become one. However, just as the couples were about to get married, the chaotic yellow hair yang energy intervened, and NRT, the Wuji yang energy, snatching away the yin energy. However, the chaotic yellow hair yang energy had the attribute of trash, and it would not get married. Thus, the infected Wuji yin energy would not be able to form a family, and it would be infected and become a trash woman who would not get married. Such a trash woman would target other Wuji yin energy boyfriends, and, similarly, she would not get married and would create the same trash man. In the end, this phenomenon would spread, and every trash man or trash woman would become a trash man and trash woman manufacturing machine that would break up the Wuji family. In the end, all the Wuji couples would be broken up, and the world would become a chaotic world of trash men and trash women. This was the process of Wuji transforming into chaos. It was more advanced than the Earth's universe in that due to the non-conservation of parity in the Earth's universe, a portion of positive particles were destined to become single dogs, forming the basic matter of the Earth's universe. However, most of the positive and negative particles could still become husband and wife, annihilate each other, and return to the void. Therefore, the stable existence of the basic matter on Earth was only a very small part, and the universe was constantly in a state of Wuji. However, due to the birth of the chaotic trash attribute in the primordial universe, most of the positive and negative particles were destined to become chaotic particles that could not reflect symmetry. Yin and yang energy were transformed into chaotic energy and could not return to Wuji. Therefore, most of the Wuji were destined to be created. Therefore, most of the space in the Earth's universe was void, and most of the space in the primordial universe was matter. The primordial universe was extremely rich in matter, and its volume was countless times larger than that of Earth. This was only a comparison when the size of the two Wuji was the same. Chaotic matter was a matter that could not reflect the characteristics of yin and yang. It was a broken great Tao, chaotic and disorderly, with no laws, no specific attributes, and even no inherent talent. It was an extremely high-energy matter that only had movement and chaos. From this point of view, after the creation of chaos, the innate matter created by Pangu was naturally restrained by chaos. Therefore, even if the energy of the two was equal, the innate matter with yin and yang would be easily eroded and devoured by the chaotic matter. A little chaotic matter could destroy billions of innate matter. Only the innate ancestral qi, which was composed of chaotic god-fiends, did not have the inherent talent of yin and yang and would not be restrained by chaos. Chaotic matter, in the face of those who were not Dara, or those who were not chaotic god-fiends, was always successful. With its attribute of restraining Wuji, it could crush all innate and acquired matter into dregs. A little chaotic matter could easily kill tens of millions of Tao lords and golden immortals who had not attained the Tao of Dara. This was the inherent flaw of acquired and innate matter, and it could not be resisted at all. Against ordinary Dara and chaotic god-fiends, the chaos could only not be restrained. Against the power of chaos, most Dara could only protect themselves. Only the great divines, the chaos was a freak created by them, and perfected Pangu did not spare a glance at it. At the end of the chaos era, at the end of the absolute beginning era, he used the power of the 3,000 chaotic god-fiend true bodies to break the chaos and transform the connate chi of the chaos attribute into the peerless attribute, breaking the symmetry and the great Tao. In the era of the ancient gods, one of the paths to attaining the Tao of Dara was to transform one's body into pure yin and yang qi, returning to the Taiji transformation of yin and yang and attaining the wuji state. In other words, one would divide one's body into two parts of yin and yang, and when the two parts of yin and yang returned to wuji, one would be able to break the tribulation and maintain one's existence in the wuji state, becoming yin and yang, constantly transforming into wuji and wuji into yin and yang, but maintaining one's existence, creating a small wuji cycle to resist the erosion of the wuji cycle. Then, one of the great Tao breakthroughs would transform one's wuji state into the chaos state, becoming a creature of chaos. Such a heaven-defying act of attaining the Tao of postnatal god fiends, completely ignoring the primordial great circulation, had only been accomplished by one great divines. He was the only chaotic ancient god who could remain a chaotic god fiend even after Pangu created the heavens, the central chaotic emperor. Only such an awesome person could subdue the swift and swift emperors and be revered as a god by them. Even River Styx, faced with such an insane difficulty of attaining the Tao, could only silently exclaim, "The chaotic emperor is awesome." However, such an awesome person was still bullied by the three pure ones to the point that his gaming experience was ruined, and he went offline in frustration. One could see how tyrannical the three pure ones were. The chaotic emperor was one of the few people who could challenge any one of the three pure ones alone, and even had a slight advantage against numinous treasures. But so what? The three pure ones would still go up against chaos alone, and they would still go up against chaos and the swift and swift emperors. The three pure ones were not overbearing because they were three against one, but because all three of them were so powerful, and each of them was at the level of the chaotic emperor, and they even teamed up, making it impossible for anyone else to play. Among the top 5 experts in the entire server, 3 of them teamed up, and their strength could almost challenge the rest of the top 10. If this was not overbearing, what was? Therefore, River Styx had never thought of challenging the 3 pure ones. His strength was about the same as the great heavenly lord numinous treasure, and he might be slightly weaker than the Taishang and the primeval lord. In the face of a one-on-one challenge from the 3 pure ones, although River Styx was tough on the surface, he was still a little afraid. Therefore, it was impossible for him to directly challenge the 3 pure ones' Pangu position, not even in this prehistoric era. He could only rely on bullying second-class great mystics like Xianming and Gonggong, and second-class great mystics to establish hegemony, in order to maintain his position and foundation. River Styx said domineeringly, "I want to show those muscular barbarians what it means to fight with one's brain. I can suppress them with a flip of my palm. Isn't the primordial spiritual treasure Dara? Primordial spiritual treasures that haven't reached my level are all weak, and primordial spiritual treasures that have reached my level are all useless. Only acquired spiritual treasures have infinite potential. Now, acquired spiritual treasures have embarked on the evil path of imitating primordial spiritual treasures. Their biggest goal is to refine a chaotic god fiend like Dara. This is evil, wrong? Let me, River Styx, redefine the concept of acquired spiritual treasures. Acquired spiritual treasures are not imitations of primordial spiritual treasures, but a completely different path, the Bell of Chaos. Isn't it a chaotic emperor? The strongest Khanate cardinal treasure, the greatest trump card of the ancient gods against the mystic door. One day, I will create an acquired spiritual treasure that is even more powerful than the Bell of Chaos." River Styx thought of the 3 pure ones, and could not help but feel diffident. He was confident that he could create an acquired spiritual treasure that was more destructive than the Bell of Chaos. After all, the Bell of Chaos was equivalent to a smaller chaotic emperor. Of course, it was impossible for River Styx to refine an acquired spiritual treasure that was more powerful than the chaotic emperor. However, when the chaotic emperor was still in hibernation, it was not impossible for him to refine an acquired spiritual treasure that was more powerful than the Bell of Chaos. On the other hand, the 3 pure ones were the cancer of the primordial era. The evil tyrant group had gone too far. River Styx had to secretly support Hutu's righteous camp and overthrow Daddy Pangu. In the past, the main reason why acquired spiritual treasures were not presentable was that Dara controlled the primordial Great Tao. All Khanate substances were infected by Dara's Great Tao. All Khanate Great Tao were created by Pangu, and all acquired Great Tao were natural extensions of Khanate Great Tao. How the energy circulates, how the rules work, and how the rules of the Great Tao are manifested are all part of Dara's will. Dara is equivalent to a weapon of rules. It can slightly distort the rules of the heavenly Tao. If it's an orthodox Pangu like the three pure ones, it can even greatly distort the heavenly Tao. All acquired spiritual treasures do not have their own Great Tao. If their Great Tao is distorted, they can be destroyed. Even if River Styx could interfere with this distortion, it would be equivalent to a contest of Great Tao between two great magical powers. What did spiritual treasures have to do with it? It would become a contest of Great Tao between Dara and Great Tao. What did it have to do with acquired spiritual treasures? Those Tao lords and golden immortals used Khanate substances to refine Dharma treasures. If they met Dara, it could convert Khanate substances to acquired spiritual treasures with a single thought. Destroying one's Dharma treasure was equivalent to using the advanced cracking technique. Even if one used half of the primordial Khanate substances to refine a Dharma treasure, it would be like using tofu to smash someone. Even if one smashed someone to death, it would have nothing to do with tofu. It was purely because one was too powerful. With such great power, it might be easier to kill someone with a fist. On the contrary, it was not as good as acquired spiritual treasures. At least acquired spiritual treasures were stable and not easily affected by Dara's Great Tao. For example, if River Styx used Khanate True Water to attack River Styx, even if he refined an extremely powerful Dharma treasure, River Styx could snatch it away with a single thought. On the other hand, if acquired water was refined into an acquired spiritual treasure, River Styx could only rely on the uniqueness of Khanate True Water to bully others. Using the great Tao of water that he had created to control acquired water, he still had to rely on the rules. Although the rules were created by him, there was at least an indirect transformation in the middle. In a battle of the same level, there was still room for the enemy to interfere with this process. Anyway, if the Netherworld River and the mysterious underworld being fought, the mysterious underworld True Water would be an ineffective weapon. Even the Netherworld River's water element Great Path could only suppress the mysterious underworld being, but couldn't crush the mysterious underworld being. There was also the matter of primal chaos. To ordinary Dara, primal chaos was indeed a very good material. It was refined into an acquired spiritual treasure that was not restrained by Dara. It was not like Khanate matter, which belonged to Dara. It was also not like acquired matter, which was stable, but if its energy level was too low, it would be suppressed by Khanate matter. Primal chaos could indeed restrain a portion of Dara. However, at the level of the three pure ones, this was a joke. The three pure ones did not even care about the ancestor of primal chaos, the Emperor of Primal Chaos. Moreover, Primal Chaos had an absolute nemesis, Emperor of Primal Chaos, or Bell of Primal Chaos. The Bell of Primal Chaos restrained all Primal Chaos and could also control all Primal Chaos. Therefore, the Bell of Primal Chaos was the #1 Khanate treasure. In order to create an acquired spiritual treasure that surpassed Khanate spiritual treasures, one had to break away from the Taiji created by Pangu and break away from the influence of the origin of the Great Tao. It could either be Wuji, the origin of Dara, or Chaos, the origin of Emperor of Primal Chaos. Or it could be the ultimate, Taiji returns to Wuji. The ultimate Great Tao created by River Styx was the nemesis of Taiji. This was also the reason why Dara, like Yuan Yu, fear the ultimate Great Tao. Through the essence of Wuji, Dara occupied the origin of Taiji's Great Tao, which was the upstream of Taiji's division into all things. Almost everything in Taiji would be restrained by Dara. Everything in Taiji, including acquired and Khanate, would not be able to harm the body of a chaotic god fiend. Except for the state where Taiji was destroyed and returned to Wuji. This was the ultimate Great Tao. Chapter 1241. In the East Ocean's Bayou Palace, Sect Master Tong Tian was preaching about the Great Tao to his disciples. He was talking about the wonders of the Yellow Court, the interior, and the exterior. The disciples were waiting to see the wonders of Dara, but they saw the sect master suddenly frown and stop preaching. It seemed that there was something that even the sect master of the Jie school, a great medium, could not handle. The goddess of Wudong gathered her courage and asked, "Master, why are you hesitating?" Sect Master Tong Tian sighed and said, "An old friend came to me just now. I know why he came, but there is something that I can't decide, so I hesitated. I don't know if I should meet him or not." As soon as he said that, many guests of the Bayou Palace and the disciples of the Jie school were shocked and said, "What is Master's identity? How many people can be called old friends in the primordial world? And in this world, is there anything that can make Master hesitate? Could it be that the two Uncle Masters, Primordial Beginning and Grand Supreme, have come to visit? Uncle Master Primordial Beginning has always disliked us. Why would he come to us? Moreover, is Uncle Master Primordial Beginning the kind of uninvited guest? I don't think it's the two Uncle Masters. Could it be Emperor Heaven June?" The goddess of Turtle Spirit said, "I heard that he is dissatisfied with the general trend of the primordial world shattering. Could it be that he saw that we are also connate life forms and thought that Master's position has changed, so he came to persuade us?" Everyone was guessing. Sect Master Tong Tian had always let them go, so there were no strict rules in the Bayou Palace. Therefore, these disciples of the Jie school were rather undisciplined. Sect Master Tong Tian sighed, stood up from his seat, and went to the Bayou Palace to welcome him personally. The disciples were even more surprised. Even those who had guessed that it was not the two Uncle Masters of the Primordial Beginning and Grand Supreme could not help but be shaken. Apart from the two Uncle Masters, who else in the primordial world could afford to be welcomed by Sect Master Tong Tian personally? The person who was welcomed by Sect Master Tong Tian was a young Taoist in black. He smiled and casually greeted many treasures. Then he casually sat beside Sect Master Tong Tian on the meditation cushion beside him. The people of the same sect whispered to each other, trying to guess which great divinity this person was. Some of them even gestured to senior brother Duo Bao with their eyes. Duo Bao could only smile bitterly, not daring to reveal the identity of that person. It was not until eldest senior sister Wu Dang quietly tugged at Duo Bao's sleeve that Duo Bao answered in a low voice. "This person is also a cult leader, the cult leader of the devil cult. People call him the massacred demon ancestor, the blood sea Taoist, the infinite massacre cult leader. Patriarch River Styx, it's him." The incongruence Divine Mother pondered for a moment. The incongruence Divine Mother was the most outstanding person in the Jie school. She was known as the eldest senior sister of the Jie school. Although Many Treasures was also known as the eldest senior brother, he still had to lower his head and address her as senior sister when he met her. In other words, the incongruence Divine Mother was the eldest disciple of the Grand Master of Heaven. Her status in the Jie school was extraordinary. The incongruence Divine Mother also had the incarnations of the matriarch of Mount Li and the Ajati matriarch. She had already escaped from the trial. Even the great trial of deification of the Jie school could not hurt her. The Grand Master of Heaven said to the river Styx, "I already know why the Patriarch is here. Fine, I haven't been in the world for a long time. This time, I will follow the Patriarch into the world." The Grand Master of Heaven agreed. Among the three chaotic god fiends of the three pristines, a god fiend formed by Qi suddenly opened its eyes that had been sleeping for a long time. A beam of divine light fell into the Taisha world. The god fiend then closed its eyes and returned to that mysterious state. The other two of the three pristines were shocked. The Premier of Origin calculated and said, "What on earth alarmed junior brother Ling Bao and made him wake up from the silence?" At this time, the Premier of Origin and the Grand Supreme had received the message from Ling Bao at the same time. They looked at each other, and the Grand Supreme said, "This River Styx cult leader." The Grand Supreme did not comment on River Styx, but he knew that his unspoken comment was probably a neutral comment, like he has a wild way of doing things. Primeval beginning frowned and then relaxed. Well, Mingy knows his place. Otherwise, I would have made him suffer in silence this time. River Styx is so smart. It seems that ordinary tricks can't trick him. The Premier of Origin and the Grand Supreme exchanged a few words and then went back to silence. They no longer cared about this matter. Let Ling Bao and River Styx discuss it themselves. If they were too concerned, River Styx might think that the three Pristines were ganging up on him. River Styx stood above the broken sea of chaos. The violent and corrosive chi of chaos rushed at his feet, but receded like a tide, leaving behind the chi of chaos. A divine light turned into the great heavenly Lord Ling Bao and landed beside him. The great heavenly Lord Ling Bao shouted, "River Styx, there are many people in the Aquamarine Palace. Now that the chaos is quiet, you can tell us about it." River Styx said calmly, "I want to refine a treasure that is not inferior to the Bell of Chaos, so that the great Emperor of Chaos won't be able to monopolize it. This treasure is a killing treasure among acquired spiritual treasures. People say that acquired spiritual treasures are too weak and far inferior to innate treasures. If they don't reach the innate level, they won't be noticed by Dara. I don't believe this. Great Heavenly Lord, what do you think?" Ling Bao carefully looked at River Styx. The Bell of Chaos was transformed by the great Emperor of Chaos. What acquired spiritual treasure can compare to it? Do you really think so, cult leader? River Styx stared at the broken chaos with his hands behind his back. He turned to address the great heavenly Lord Ling Bao, the incarnation of Tongtian's sect leader. Ling Bao did not answer. "If you expect this to convince me, you're looking down on me. In this untainted land, I'm the only one who can refine an acquired spiritual treasure of killing. This is a joke to others, but not to me, because of the great Tao of ultimate. The innate great Tao of Wuji gives birth to Taiji. All acquired items are in Taiji. How can one break the innate? Unless Taiji returns to Wuji and the acquired items returns to Wuji, Ancestor is confident that he can refine a spiritual treasure that is not inferior to the Bell of Chaos." The great heavenly Lord Ling Bao secretly flattered River Styx. Mingy smiled faintly and said, "Moreover, this acquired spiritual treasure is very ambitious. I can't refine this acquired supreme killing treasure by myself. Only with your help, fellow Taoist, will I be able to succeed. Therefore, I've invited you here to refine this peerless acquired spiritual treasure together." River Styx suddenly cupped his hands and bowed. "Please help me, fellow Taoist." He also showed great heavenly Lord Ling Bao enough respect. Ling Bao helped River Styx up and said, "What you want is what I want. We're on the same path, so why should we bow? Then the two of us will work together to refine the acquired spiritual treasure of killing," River Styx said firmly. The great heavenly Lord Ling Bao laughed heartily. He said with equal determination, "In terms of the ultimate path of killing, is there anyone in this world who can beat us?" After a round of flattery, River Styx began to explain his design of the acquired spiritual treasure of killing. Wuji is created and the great Tao is broken. Taiji is born and chaos is born. Therefore, the innate spiritual treasure is created by Wuji and born by Taiji. The path of the acquired spiritual treasure is the process of Taiji becoming unstable and the world returning to Wuji. It is the great destruction and the great destruction. The innate spiritual treasure is an artifact that carries the Tao. The acquired spiritual treasure may be purely for destruction, but at the same time, it is also the embodiment of your idea of returning to nothingness. The first acquired spiritual treasure of killing can only be designed by me, the ultimate demon god, and refined with you, the ultimate spiritual treasure, the Tao Lord who returns to nothingness, the origin of the great Tao. Because only when the two of us work together can it be the complete great Tao of returning to Wuji. This is the complete process of the primordial universe returning to Wuji. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. This is my design for the ultimate. River Styx projected a demonic shadow of the ultimate and invited Ling Bao to take a closer look. The beginning and end of Tao. The ultimate Tao was the end of the great Tao. It was naturally related to the primordial universe's creation of the great Tao. As mentioned earlier, Wuji and Taiji were originally one. The Taiji era of Wuji contained Taiji, presenting a perfect state of inclusiveness and symmetry. Wuji gave birth to Taiji, and Taiji returned to Wuji. The cycle of yin and yang, the beginning and end of Tao were all in Wuji. Wuji was a perfect state. A perfect state contained the essence of change, so it was also an eternal state. Wuji was perfect and eternal, so it could not give birth to Taiji, because it itself contained Taiji. Wuji was the great Tao, perfect and eternal. To create the primordial universe, one had to create Wuji and transform it into Taiji. Only then could Taiji be independent of Wuji. Only then could one break the cycle of nothingness giving birth to existence, one becoming two, two becoming one, and one becoming nothing. In other words, Wuji had to be flawed and no longer perfect before the next link could be created. Wuji's flaw was the great Tao's flaw, so this link could be called the great Tao's flaw. After the great Tao's flaw, the symmetry of yin and yang was broken. Only then did Kanate Chi appear in the world. Then, because of the great Tao's flaw, the Kanate Chi lost its yin and yang endowment and became the Chi of chaos, the embryonic form of matter. Then, the 3,000 chaotic demons shattered the chaos. Finally, Panga's creation opened up the chaos. Originally, there was only the beginning and not the end of Tao. The primordial universe was a river that did not circulate. After River Styx designed the great Tao of ruins of end, he completed the great cycle of the primordial universe. He designed the ending of the great Tao and the ending of all things returning to nothingness. He created the two great Tao of destruction and nothingness. To ordinary Dara, these were two encrypted great Tao. It could be said that all things were destroyed by the great Tao of destruction, then returned to the great Tao of nothingness, and finally disappeared into nothingness. However, the great Tao of destruction and the great Tao of nothingness were illusory. They were just concepts. The true wisdom lay in the subtle details. Many demonic path Dara wanted to prove the great Tao of destruction. They felt the aura of ruins of end, destroyed a world, massacred all living beings, and felt the aura of great destruction, and great despair. They looked like lunatics. This was because the great Tao of destruction was designed by River Styx. However, it was given to Ro to master. Of course, it was impossible for Ro to master the subtleties and essence of River Styx's design. Therefore, she could only rely on traditional demonic path methods to touch upon the great Tao of destruction. She created a great Tao of destruction that was extremely evil and filled with the idealism of the demonic path. It was as if she could destroy everything with the great Tao in hand. River Styx had only shown the demonic side of the great Tao of destruction at the Purple Cloud Palace meeting, or rather, the demonic side. It could be said that he had used the methods of the demonic path to elaborate on the great Tao of destruction. However, the true great Tao of destruction was the same as his great Tao of nothingness. They were both objective and calm. Perhaps it could be said that it stripped away all human feelings. It was a very objective and profound great Tao. The demonic path had the great Tao of destruction. Similarly, the mystic door had the great Tao of numinous treasure. It was just that River Styx had given it to numinous treasure in order to rope in an ally. The original ruins of End allowed Tai Chi to return to the great Tao of Wuji. The simplest way was to replicate the process of the birth of the world. The process of the great Tao giving birth to Tai Chi and then reverse it. However, the only problem was that in the process of the creation of the world, the role of chaos was very important. The destruction of the world and returning to chaos was also an important link, or even more important. The great Tao was flawed and turned into chaos. In chaos, gods and demons were born. The gods and demons returned to Panga's creation of the world. This was the creation of a myth. The cycle of Tai Chi came to an end. The world returned to chaos, and chaos returned to Wuji. This was the opposite of the myth of the end of the Tao. In other words, the world was going to be destroyed. In the Great Destruction, it would return to the state of wind, earth, water, and fire. Finally, it would become chaos. According to this process, there was no need for River Styx to go through so much trouble to design it. As long as someone in Dara could prove the great Tao of destruction, he would be responsible for ending the world. Every time the world came to an end, the demon god of destruction would be sent to destroy the world. In the end, the four great Tao would explode, and the world would return to chaos. However, this demon god of destruction was destined to be targeted by all of Dara. He would be worse off than Ro, whom River Styx had schemed against. Every time the world was created, he would probably be suppressed by someone until the end of the universe. In a prehistoric era, he would only be able to take a breather when the world was destroyed. It was no different from being imprisoned. Ro would also be imprisoned, but River Styx would at least give him a prison term. But this one was destined to be imprisoned for life, returning to chaos and returning to Wuji from chaos. This was the simplest way. However, the simplest did not mean the best. For example, this plan to destroy the world. Why did they have to give a piece of the cake to chaos? Why did they have to give a piece of the cake to the Emperor of Chaos? Chaos was the foundation of the Emperor of Chaos. The Emperor of Chaos was the only demon god of chaos who could survive the creation of the world. River Styx had gone through so many hardships just to give benefits to the Emperor of Chaos. Did he look like such a benevolent person? Therefore, all chaos should get lost. The destruction of the world must come from the ruins of End. River Styx would rather give a piece of the cake to Ro, although there was a pitfall, and give a piece to Ling Bao, whose fist was bigger than the three pure ones, than to give a piece to chaos. This posed a problem. How should the great Tao of End be designed to bypass chaos and return everything in the Taiji era to Wuji? Everything in the Taiji era was formed by yin and yang. Taiji was one yin and one yang. The prehistoric and postnatal substances were the combination of yin and yang. The basic substances in the primordial world were different from those in the Earth universe. The positive substances in the Earth universe had an absolute advantage and formed the material base of the positive universe. However, the primordial world was formed by yin and yang. So how could the stability of the material base be maintained? The reason why yin and yang solidified into substances instead of forming taiji or transforming into other substances, why water would not turn to soil, and why iron would not easily turn to gold, and why land would not suddenly turn to a sea while walking in the primordial world. In terms of the nature of substances, this possibility existed. After all, they were both yin and yang. Theoretically, all substances could transform into each other. The reason why there was a stable material base was that substances were not purely formed by yin and yang. Instead, they were both yin and yang. The two natures of yin and yang combined to form the nature of substances. Water had both yin and yang combined to form water. Therefore, water would not be decomposed into yin and yang because it was impossible to separate the yin and yang of water to create water without yang. Even the pure yin water, the Taiyin water, had the innate nature of yang. Pure yin did not mean that it did not have the existence of yang. Without the existence of yang, it was impossible to exist in the Taiji era. In the Taiji era, substances existed with the innate nature of Taiji. There were both yin and yang in substances. Therefore, to return Taiji to Wuji, one needed to destroy the material base of Taiji era and restore the Tao of one yin and one yang, so that yin and yang could combine to form Taiji and return to Wuji. If one could not use chaos to destroy all substances and turn everything into chaos without yin and yang, one needed to turn matter into yin and yang and return to Wuji. Ling Bao reviewed the blueprint of the ruins of End and praised sincerely, "Wonderful! The great way of ruins of End is indeed mysterious." It symbolizes the end of the universe. It is even more wonderful than chaos. The destruction of the world by chaos is a tribulation that suddenly erupts. It is too impatient. However, your great way of ruins of end runs through the destruction from beginning to end, making the destruction of the world a gradual and natural process. It has become a necessary part of the decay of things. No wonder it has the support of so many powerful beings. River Styx said proudly, "The great way of ruins of end is like a chaos hole. It slowly turns everything into wuji and strengthens itself with the residue. It is far better than the great way of chaos. To return all Daos to ruins and the great way to ruins, one needs to turn all existences, including chaos, taiji, khanate, and even the chi of the chaos god demon ancestor, into nothingness. It has the power to destroy everything." At this time, chaos is not a necessary part of the destruction of the world. Instead, it is restrained by the great way of ruins of end. Even chaos will be destroyed by ruins of end. This kind of power that can destroy everything is the absolute opposite of power. It is extremely mysterious and at the same time abnormally powerful. The existence of the primordial world is too powerful. How can it be destroyed by an ordinary great way? I see. Ling Bao praised. The great way of wuji is incomplete. The reason why taiji can exist stably is because the great way is incomplete. If the missing link is made up for the great way, taiji will naturally return to wuji. After matter is swallowed into ruins of end, due to the special environment of ruins of end, the missing great way is made up for. Naturally, the great way will become wuji. It sounded simple, but in reality, the process was not something that could turn matter into infinity just by being tainted by a certain great Tao. Instead, it was done through extremely strict laws, through the formless laws of nature. The great Tao would never appear, but if it did, it would be inferior. River Styx created the great way of destruction and nothingness, but there was no physical existence called destruction and nothingness that worked. Instead, it was nature. This was what made Ling Bao gasp in amazement. River Styx found the flaw of the great way. Wuji contained taiji and all concepts. Then, after wuji turned into taiji and formed a world, what did taiji really lack compared to wuji? What was the missing link of the great way? Yin and yang were the Tao. Yin and yang were taiji, and taiji was wuji. What was missing in the yin and yang of the future? Existence and nothingness coexisted. Difficulty and ease complemented each other. Length and length complemented each other. High and low complemented each other. The sound complemented each other, and the front and back followed each other. Permanence, the Tao of permanence. The existence and nothingness coexisted. Matter had the talent of existence, but the matter that existed did not have the talent of nothingness. In other words, matter had existence, but did not have non-existence. There was existence, but there was no nothingness. After taiji was separated from wuji, it lost nothingness because wuji became the opposite of taiji, and wuji became nothingness to set off taiji's existence. Before wuji gave birth to taiji, it contained taiji and all the yin and yang endowments. Therefore, wuji existed and did not exist at the same time. It had the concepts of existence and nothingness. After the Great Way was incomplete, wuji lost the concept of existence, and taiji lost the concept of nothingness. It became wuji's opposite to taiji, and taiji's opposite to wuji. In other words, taiji became the existence that was confirmed to exist, so wuji became the nothingness that did not exist. This was the Great Way being incomplete. To be more specific, there was no time during the Tai era of wuji. There was existence and nothingness at the same time, which meant that they existed and did not exist at the same time. When time was born, wuji and taiji were originally one, and their coexisting state became wuji giving birth to taiji and taiji returning to wuji. This was the state where yin and yang were constantly born and constantly destroyed. At this time, wuji and taiji were separated. The two were opposite, and Taiji became the opposite of Wuji. Therefore, there was the separation of existence and nothingness. The Great Way was broken, and then symmetry was broken, and the embryonic form of matter was born, the connate chi. Therefore, in the ultimate, River Styx completed the missing link for Taiji. He created the power of nothingness, or it could be called the power of nothingness. The power of nothingness was the opposite of Taiji's existence. In fact, it did not exist. Nothingness was just pretending that it existed. River Styx assumed that the power of nothingness was also divided into yin and yang, and it was the complete opposite of existence. Therefore, in the core of the sinkhole, the power of nothingness was temporarily divided into yin and yang. This division was illusory and incorporeal. In other words, it was an extremely short division before quickly annihilating each other. Nothing was produced, just like an illusion. In essence, it was an illusion to deceive the universe, to tell the chaotic universe that such a thing existed. As for how to prove it, sorry, it was too fast. No one could prove it. It could only be proven in the territory of the ultimate. Therefore, River Styx assumed something that only River Styx could prove, deceiving the universe. The time that the illusory division of yin and yang existed was extremely short. It could be seen as an illusion, and it did not have any real meaning. It was nothingness to begin with, and it could not interfere with the world of Taiji. Only in the ultimate, when the density of matter that the ultimate had devoured was extremely high, and in the center of the ultimate, the yin and yang of nothingness were created. The illusory division of yin and yang was meaningless in the world of Taiji, because there was no void in the world of Taiji, and there was no nothingness. However, the world of Wuji encompassed everything. There was nothingness and the power of nothingness. Therefore, the core of the ultimate was similar to the original state of Wuji before the division of Taiji. There, the power of nothingness had meaning. A pair of power of nothingness, divided into yin and yang, was captured by the ultimate before annihilation occurred. There was a situation where a wisp of the power of nothingness yin and yang was sucked in, while the other wisp of the opposite power of nothingness yin and yang escaped. Then, the power of nothingness that fell into the ultimate would be annihilated by the dense matter in the ultimate. This was because there was definitely an existence that was completely opposite to it in the ultimate. If it was void yin, then there would be true yang. If it was void yang, then there would be true yin. And true yang and void yin combined to form Taiji. Then the nothingness that existed in the void yin filled up the nothingness that Taiji lacked. Therefore, the lack of a great Tao was filled up, and Taiji returned to Wuji, strengthening the Wuji power in the core of the ultimate. This process was annihilation, the great Tao of destruction. And the Wuji power that existed in the core of the ultimate was nothingness, the great Tao of nothingness. This was the essence of the great Tao of destruction and the great Tao of nothingness. The great Tao of destruction was the process in which the power of nothingness obliterated the matter of Taiji. The great Tao of nothingness was the embryonic form of Wuji. And the wisp of the opposite void, yin and yang, that escaped would be annihilated by the opposite void, yin and yang, turning into something and becoming the matter of Taiji again. This ensured that while the ultimate was constantly devouring the matter in the universe, it would also constantly evaporate matter, ensuring that the matter in the universe was in a state of circulation. When the power of nothingness in the ultimate was weak, it was very easy for the void, yin and yang, to escape. Most of the time, it could only capture a wisp of void, yin, or void yang. Therefore, it was equivalent to the destruction of a matter in the ultimate, causing a matter to be radiated out by the ultimate. Only when the void, yin, and yang were completely devoured by the ultimate, the void, yin, and void yang would be annihilated, and the void yang and void yin would be annihilated. The two matters would be transformed into Wuji. Only then would it truly devour the two Taiji matters, weakening the foundation of the existence of the two Taiji epochs. When the great Tao of nothingness in the ultimate was weak, this rarely happened. Therefore, the speed at which the ultimate weakened the foundation of Taiji was very slow. This was the prime period of the primordial universe. And when the great Tao of nothingness in the ultimate gradually became stronger, the power of the void, yin and yang, that was completely captured increased. The speed at which it devoured matter and weakened the foundation of Taiji grew faster. At this time, the universe entered its twilight years. Finally, the great Tao of destruction exploded. The power of the void, yin and yang, began to greatly weaken the foundation of Taiji. Most of the matter in the universe was transformed into Wuji again. The embryonic form of Wuji inside the ultimate matured, and in turn, it destroyed everything, including the ultimate itself. The great Tao of nothingness went berserk, turning everything into nothingness, including destruction. In the end, even the process of matter annihilation did not exist. Everything turned into Wuji. This was the complete process of the great Tao of nothingness returning Taiji to Wuji. It was also the blueprint that River Styx had drawn for the great Tao of nothingness. Great Heavenly Lord Lingbao wanted to praise it, especially the power of the void, yin and yang, the great Tao of nothingness. These things did not exist in the first place. Even if they did not exist, they were designed as a necessary link. The idea of using something that did not exist to fill in the gaps of the great Tao of Taiji could be said to be a brilliant idea. Great Heavenly Lord Lingbao praised from the bottom of his heart. The destruction of the ultimate is indeed far better than the destruction of the chaos. It is no wonder that when the great Tao of nothingness appeared, it was established as the orthodox primordial universe. Sure enough, we can create a one-of-kind acquired killing treasure. Lingbao had complete confidence in the refinement of this numinous treasure. If such a mysterious great Tao of nothingness had been established by River Styx, then refining an acquired numinous treasure designed according to the blueprint of the great Tao of nothingness was only a matter of time. It was equivalent to River Styx creating the formula for mass energy conversion in the nuclear reaction. Therefore, creating a nuclear bomb was only a matter of time. River Styx and Lingbao had absorbed a large amount of chaotic matter and created the prototype of the ultimate according to the blueprint of the ultimate. It was a formation diagram of the ultimate that had been refined with a large amount of chaotic matter. Lingbao and River Styx had even worked together to open up a small piece of Wuji at the core of the formation diagram. This was the reason why River Styx needed Lingbao's help. River Styx knew how to open up Wuji, but he did not know how to preserve Wuji after the Chaos Era when it no longer existed. This formation diagram was the formation diagram of the ultimate. It could create a heaven-defying acquired numinous treasure that was the prototype of the ultimate. In other words, this formation diagram could theoretically destroy the primordial universe and turn everything into nothingness. It was time for Lingbao to make his move. Lingbao collected a large amount of chaotic matter and even threw out his Qingping sword. The Qingping sword was divided into 4. Great Heavenly Lord Lingbao extracted the severed Tao contained in the Qingping sword and threw the sword into the prototype of the ultimate. The power of all things returning to the ultimate and the non-existent power of yin and yang obliterated a large amount of chaotic matter and the 4 swords. I originally had 4 swords. They were created by my Qingping sword after intercepting the heavenly Tao's killing intent. They were originally created by the killing Tao of heaven and earth and boasted of being the #1 acquired treasure of killing. Now that I've seen your acquired treasure of killing design, I realize that I was too arrogant and made you laugh at me. I might as well melt this sword and recast it into the true #1 treasure of killing, Lingbao said with some excitement. River Styx bowed his head. He appreciated Lingbao's kindness. Wasn't his primordial massacre sword entrusted to the great Tao of slaughter? The killing tribulation sword was also River Styx's accompanying treasure. Now that Lingbao had destroyed sect leader Tongtian's accompanying treasure of killing, he was hinting that he would not compete with him. Yuantu's sword swallowed the killing Tao of the 4 swords and became increasingly ferocious. As it controlled the killing tribulation, it was even more successful. It brought the killing tribulation inside the mystic door, which was originally occupied by sect leader Tong Tian, under its control. As the formation of the ultimate polished the four swords, the foundation of Taiji's existence was gradually obliterated. This sword was no longer a connate or acquired item. It was a Wuji item that transcended the foundation of Taiji's existence. It was a substance between existence and non-existence. It existed, but did not exist at the same time. This was something that even river Styx could not do. When Wuji did not exist, the primordial world did not allow Schrodinger's substance to exist. Only Ling Bao, a dog with authority at the root of the Great Way, could be achieved by the combination of the three pure ones and dozens of Pangaji who controlled the primordial world. Therefore, this treasure could only be refined by river Styx with the help of great heavenly Lord Ling Bao. The two of them worked together to polish the four swords. They constantly used the Great Way of the ultimate to erase its material foundation and polish its essence. At the same time, they branded the Great Way of the ultimate and molded the four swords into Wuji. One of them cut off the foundation of existence. Nothing in Taiji could escape its slaying. It was a postnatal spiritual treasure that symbolized the destruction of Taiji back to Wuji. With the peerlessness of the great Tao of nothingness as its foundation, the great tools of destruction were manifested as four killing swords. The immortal Slayer sword could slay the foundation of all existence, obliterating all matter and splitting yin and yang. There was nothing it could not slay, and there was nothing it could not destroy. The immortal Slayer sword could destroy everything, and any living being with a single slash would have nowhere to run. It would slay the past and future of all living beings, as well as the foundation of all existence. It had the ability to lock onto IP and attack. Even a Grand Luo would have all of their incarnations locked down by this weapon, slaying them with a single slash. It could even trace back to their foundations and slay their true self. There was nothing the immortal slaying sword could not break. There was nothing the immortal slaying sword could not kill. The immortal slaying sword contained endless tribulations. Once the sword light appeared, it would be in the tribulations. River Styx was returning the favor by imparting the power of Yuan-Tu's Sword of Calamity to this sword. It was a sword that could deal with the tribulations of the world. It could also transform into countless sword formations. The last one was the immortal slaying sword. It could change the foundation of all matter. It could split the heavens and the earth and the netherworld samsara. Through Taiji, it could return to Wuji, and Wuji could open up the power of Taiji again. It could change all matter and all existence. It was equivalent to a weapon of the law of cause and effect. With a swing of the immortal slaying sword, the past and the future could be changed. It was equivalent to opening a primordial modifier. Moreover, this sword was the nemesis of all chaotic god fiends. It represented Wuji's ability to destroy chaos, obliterate Dara's ancestral chi, and destroy the power of chaotic god fiends. Even chaotic god fiends would be like post-celestial beings under this sword. No matter how strong their true body was, it would be like a thin piece of paper. It could destroy ancestral chi, the embryonic form of the universe, and the true body of chaotic god fiends. It could kill Dara's chaotic god fiends. It was not copper, not iron, not steel, and was once hidden under Mount Suya. If he didn't reverse yin and yang, wouldn't he be tempered by water and fire? Immortal slaying was fierce. Immortal slaying was deadly. And immortal trapping was filled with red light. Dara's clothes were stained with immortal blood. Finally, the four immortal exterminating swords rolled up the ruins of End array diagram beneath them and turned it into a sword array diagram. It floated in the chaos sea and emitted an aura that made even chaos god fiends tremble. Individually, these four swords had the ability to rival supreme-grade, connate numinous treasures. Individually, they could be called the top post-celestial killing treasures. When the four swords were combined, they could rival connate cardinal treasures. Furthermore, there was a sword array diagram. When the ruins of End Array was activated, the four killing swords returned to their positions. In the embryonic form of the ruins of End, the four post-celestial numinous treasures were more powerful and ferocious than before. They were extremely powerful, ferocious, and murderous. They were forged by the river Styx and the numinous treasure. They represented the great Tao returning to ruins, the destruction of the universe, and the end of the world. They represented the four stages of the destruction of the primordial universe. This post-celestial numinous treasure also symbolized the end of the Tao. It symbolized the combination of the river Styx and the numinous treasure. Connate numinous treasures were the Tao of creation. They were born from Wuji, transforming into Taiji. They existed before the foundation of Taiji, so they entered the Connate number. As for the four fairy slaying swords, they symbolized the destruction of the foundation of existence. The end of the great Tao was the foundation of the destruction of Taiji. They symbolized the tribulation of End, so they did not enter the Connate number, but belonged to the post-celestial number. Similarly, they did not have the Connate inextinguishable spirit light. They were the post-celestial numinous treasures that the river Styx wanted to forge. It could be said that the four fairy slaying swords represented the essence of the great Tao of destruction more than the god of destruction, Ro. In other words, Ro was not so good at the great Tao of destruction. This was also another method that the river Styx used to control Ro. By creating an existence that represented destruction more than Ro, he would not have to worry about Ro losing control. Ro, can you trick someone else? To be fair, the four fairy slaying swords were divided into two parts. The four fairy slaying swords were the symbol of the spiritual treasure tribulation and should belong to the great heavenly Lord Lingbao. As for the four fairy slaying array diagram, the ultimate ruin array diagram, it undoubtedly belonged to the river Styx. It was fair for the two of them to have one part each. However, the two parts combined could maximize the power of the four fairy slaying swords, the post-celestial numinous treasures. Separately, the two parts were equivalent to the post-celestial numinous treasures. However, when combined, it was a spiritual treasure that was more powerful than the Bell of Chaos. Moreover, it naturally restrained chaos and could restrain the Bell of Chaos. Originally, chaos restrained Wuji, but after the river Styx created the great Tao of ultimate, it could restrain chaos. It was clear that the beauty of mutual promotion and restraint depended on one's heart. Of course, River Styx could not waste such a treasure. He discussed with the spiritual treasure about sharing the post-celestial numinous treasures. First of all, during the Grand Essence Tribulation, the River Styx wanted to use this treasure to trap Xian Ming, Gong, and the others. Therefore, before the creation of heaven and earth, this treasure would belong to the River Styx. When the creation of heaven and earth transformed into Pangu, the spiritual treasure would control it and turn it into a part of Pangu's axe, occupying a part of its fate. When the Great Desolation was created, of course, he would throw this treasure to Ro. River Styx and the spiritual treasure had already decided that Ro, who held the four fairy slaying swords, would be their royal chess piece. Everyone could borrow his hands to do things that were inconvenient for them. After using Ro's hands to lay out the plan, Sect Leader Tontian would beat up Ro and snatch the four fairy slaying swords back. After the God Investiture Tribulation, River Styx would suppress Ro in the ultimate. When the Great Desolation shattered, Ro would demonize the ultimate. At that time, he would be able to sense the four fairy slaying swords and summon them back as the Great Tao of Destruction. In fact, it was the spiritual treasure and River Styx who used the ultimate and Ro as a human treasure to polish this treasure. Everyone would first place the swords in the ultimate and then summon them out when needed. The plan to share the four fairy slaying swords was completed. When the spiritual treasure tribulation arrived and the ultimate obliterated everything, Ro would turn into the demon god of destruction and hold the four fairy slaying swords to destroy the world. Finally, she would be assimilated by the great Tao of nothingness of the ultimate. This was the script of the myriad Tao's ultimate, signed by the two great supernatural beings who symbolize the end of the Tao. Chapter 1242. Tribulation, have you really made up your mind? The elder ancestor side. You are the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Fan family. In the future, you will definitely have the hope of attaining the Tao of Dara. Why do you want to enter the ultimate underworld? Another elder ancestor Tao, Lord of the Fan family, who was slightly younger, also advised, yes, tribulation. Besides, the ultimate underworld is just a guess. No one in the universe has ever seen that secret realm. It is even more illusory than the secret realm of the treasure-snatching rock, which is said to be the birthplace of primordial spiritual treasures. None of the Tao lords who have entered the ultimate in search of the underworld have ever come out. It is a place of absolute death. Fan Tianjun raised his head and said solemnly, "May I ask why the three elders named me Tribulation?" The elder ancestor sighed, "Because we hope that you will live a peaceful life without calamities and tribulations. Only Dara can live a peaceful life without calamities and tribulations. Without Dara, I will always be an ant. Did you name me Tribulation because you want me to live an ignoble life? In the realm of Dara, everything is eternal and free from calamities and tribulations. Tribulation is Dara, and tribulation is to transcend all calamities and tribulations, eternal and free. 10,000 years ago, Tribulation dug out the golden fragment from the Chaos Stone, but unfortunately lost it because of the Tao Lords in the universe. But it was also a blessing in disguise, as I came into contact with the aura of chaos. When I condensed the primordial time Tao seed, I thought that I only needed to find an object born from the chaos to lock onto the chaos era, plant my Tao in the chaos, and attain the Tao of Dara. Unexpectedly, when I peeked at the strange stone that was born from the battle between the chaos gods and demons, I found that there is no substance in the chaos. All the substances of the chaos were born when the chaos was broken. So even if I obtained the substance of the chaos, I could only trace it back to the era when the chaos was broken, when the chaos gods and demons killed each other. It is impossible for me to plant my Tao in the chaos and attain the Tao of Dara. My path to proving my Tao has been cut off, Brahma Tianjun said gloomily. The three Tao Lord patriarchs of the Fan clan couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. This was their greatest regret. The innate great Tao of time couldn't fuse with the opposite Tao seed at all, because the innate great Tao of space, which had been confirmed as the opposite Tao seed, had already been occupied by some innate god. Although there was more than one great Tao opposite to the innate Tao seed, the innate great Tao of time was definitely the innate great Tao. But now, the innate great Tao of time was the only innate great Tao that was unoccupied. Fan Tianjun was a genius, but because he was too talented, he ended his own path of Tao by condensing the innate Tao seed. Originally, Fan Tianjun thought that he could use the innate great Tao of time's characteristics to bypass the opposite Tao seed and prove his Tao. The three ancestors had deduced his idea, and it was indeed feasible. By constantly polishing his great Tao with connate objects, his Tao seed would gradually mature, and he would master the cosmic true water. Then he would locate the coordinates of the chaotic era, go against the river of time, and plant his Tao in the chaos. This was a completely different path from planting his postnatal Tao in the postnatal Tao, merging the Tao with the world, and tracing back to the origin of time. Planting his Tao in the chaos would directly merge with the connate Tao and prove his Tao to Dara. But he had never expected that this path would be stuck at the most inconspicuous step, locating the coordinates of the chaotic era. He had thought that condensing the connate seed of time, mastering the great Tao of time, and locating a point in time in the past would be a piece of cake. But he had never expected that although time already existed in the chaos, the cosmic light there was unpredictable, and there was no fixed pattern at all. No wonder it was said that there was no era in the chaos. Because in the chaos, even the cosmic light was chaotic, unfathomable, and indefinite. Fan Tianjun couldn't locate the coordinates of time in the chaos at all, because the time in the chaos had been encrypted by the chaos algorithm. What was worse was that the shortcut Fan Tianjun had originally thought of didn't need to wait for the Khanate Dao seed to mature. All he needed to do was find a chaotic substance, and he could use it to locate the coordinates of time in the chaos. But after that great change 10,000 years ago, Fan Wujie had discovered that there was no substance in the chaos at all. There were only chaos fiend gods in the chaos, and he could only use them to locate the coordinates of time in the chaos. But all the chaos fiend gods had died during the creation of the world. Fan Wujie had pinned his last hope on the Khanate's spiritual treasure. Later, he had asked an ancestor for a favor and found out that the Khanate's spiritual treasure wasn't a chaos spiritual treasure. During the chaos, the Khanate's spiritual treasure was in the treasure-snatching rock of the Purple Cloud Palace and had never experienced the chaotic era. So Fan Tianjun had given up all hope in the end. Now, the only hope is the exterior of Dara. Legend has it that there is a place in the myriad heavens called Dara Heaven. It is a heavenly realm where everything is eternal and free, and time is unchangeable. Dara Heaven can be sought inward, and through the Golden Court interior realm, one can see through the heaven of Dara, place the fruit of Tao within it, and prove one's Tao in Dara. You can also seek outward and find the land of Dara that has the characteristics of Dara Heaven, and prove one's Tao there. So you think you found the land of Dara? The third ancestor of the Fan clan frowned. Nonsense. Fan Tianjun kowtowed. Third ancestor. If there's anyone in this world who can find the land of Dara, it's impossible except for me. Don't forget what the most prominent feature of Dara Heaven is. The second ancestor of the Fan clan was slightly stunned and exchanged a glance with the ancestor, saying in a low voice, "Time is unchangeable. Wujie, you really are the Tao Lord most likely to find the land of Dara. The Purple Cloud Palace might be one of the land of Dara, but ever since the Chaos era was shattered, the Purple Cloud Palace has been hidden without a trace and has never appeared again. It's too illusory. I can't find it either, but the ultimate is a relic that has existed since ancient times and can still be found today. Moreover, after Wu Jie perfected his Tao seed, he could sense the omnipresent cosmic water and even delay its corrosion on my life, extending my lifespan by 10 years. The cosmic water is everywhere, and Wu Jie can sense it. In the myriad heavens and myriad heavens, there's only one place that can isolate the corrosion of the cosmic water: the Netherland of the ultimate. The ancestor of the Fan clan sucked in a breath of cold air. The second ancestor of the Fan clan couldn't help but sit up straight and said excitedly, "You can sense the place in the ultimate where time is unchangeable, that is not corroded by the cosmic water, the Netherland of the ultimate that only exists in legends." "Yes," Fan Tianjun said excitedly. "That might be Wu Jie's opportunity to prove his Tao." "Then go." The ancestor of the Fan clan opened his eyes again, and they were filled with vicissitudes. "Wu Jie, we are old, and we no longer have any hope of touching the Tao of Dara. But you are still young, and you are the hope of the Fan clan. Go. The Fan clan still has us. You don't have to worry about us, as long as the three of us are still alive." The ancestor of the Fan clan said shakily, "I will definitely let you have no worries in the future." "Ancestor." Fan Wu Jie choked with sobs. He knelt down and kowtowed deeply to the ancestor and said with red eyes, "Wu Jie has left." After kowtowing 3 times, he walked out of the Brahma heaven realm and headed towards the ultimate, never to return. The 3 ancestors of the Fan clan sat in the center of the Brahma heaven realm, in the majestic palace, and watched as he disappeared into the realm sea. The third ancestor of the Fan clan looked at Fan Wu Jie's disappearing figure, and he suddenly coughed and said to the 2 ancestors, "Ancestor, second ancestor, Wu Jie has gone far away. Stop pretending." The second ancestor's eyes shone brightly, and his whole body suddenly grew taller, turning into a towering giant. His blood essence surged, and it was incomparably strong, and it was as deep as the sea. The second ancestor snorted coldly, and he said, "Third brother, you can't keep your cool." The muscles on his body bulged, and every inch of his body surged with a strong power, as if he could shatter the void and destroy a world. Under the impact of his blood essence, the third ancestor of the Fan clan's aura suddenly became strange and ethereal, and it was filled with the aura of great destruction and the terrifying aura of termination. He was a giant of the devil path. I didn't think that Wu Jie would really find the land of Dara. The third ancestor, who was a giant of the devil path, sighed. The ancestor's long eyebrows drooped, and his whole body trembled, and he emitted the ancient aura of the great Tao, which was extremely ancient. He calmly ordered the third ancestor, "Hurry up and inform the devil path. Don't let them lose Wu Jie. If it wasn't for the devil path's familiarity with the ultimate, why would we need to play so many tricks?" The third ancestor rubbed his head in embarrassment, and his smile was filled with the smell of blood. He casually pulled off his white hair bun, and it revealed his shiny bald head under the wig. Without the bun, his entire style became strange, and he changed from a sage-like demeanor to a ferocious look, and even his wrinkles emitted a bloody and fierce aura. When his eyes widened, his long and thin eyebrows turned into eyebrows, and he did not look like a good person. The Fan clan's third ancestor kept sending messages to the Devil Path Tao lords that he knew, and soon several large devil sects received the news that the ultimate dark lands were about to appear. Long before Fan Tianjuan's Tao was proven by the innate time Tao seed, the Fan clan's third ancestor had given up on the possibility of him finding the land of Dara. After all, Fan Wu Jie's Tao of time could be hidden from others, but not from them. At that time, the three ancestors were overjoyed. They had cultivated for millions of years, and there was still no hope for Dara. Now, they finally had a glimmer of hope, and it was as if they were celebrating a new year. Although Fan Wu Jie had proven his Tao as a heavenly monarch and was the most promising of the Fan clan's younger generation, how could someone else's Tao be compared to their own Tao? Even if that person was their most beloved junior, it was the same. Old ancestor, the entire Fan clan naturally served them. Tens of millions of years had passed, and their direct descendants had long died. The descendants of the Fan clan, who came later, also died in batches. After witnessing the life and death of these people, they had long become indifferent to the family. Everyone they knew was dying of old age, and it was very difficult for them to have any special feelings for these descendants who could only live and die in the sunset. So naturally, they would not be so heartless as to plot against the junior. Originally, the three of them did not do anything out of line. After all, Fan Wu Jie's potential was indeed the greatest among them, and he was the most likely to prove his Tao to Dara. It was just that in the process of guiding a junior, they had a little thought in mind, and they had conveniently schemed against him. Fan Wu Jie still had value, and it was not yet time to shed all pretense of cordiality, until Fan Wu Jie confirmed that his Tao path was hopeless, and to them, he had lost the greatest value of proving his Tao to Dara. Fan Wu Jie's only remaining value was to find the land of Dara as a compass. At this time, everything had to give way to the land of Dara. To the three old ancestors, Fan Wu Jie of the exterior realm of the highest heaven was important in finding the bottomless abyss. But to find the bottomless abyss, it was still too risky to rely on Fan Wu Jie alone. Not to mention other things, just the depths of the bottomless abyss, where death was certain, was extremely terrifying. Fan Wu Jie could sense the bottomless abyss, but it only increased their chances of survival. To truly enter the depths of the bottomless abyss and prove his Tao to Dara, it was not possible to rely on Fan Tianjun alone. So the third ancestor of the Fan clan secretly revealed the matter of Fan Wu Jie's innate time light, Tao seed, to the demonic path, which was most familiar with the bottomless abyss. He also secretly revealed the fact that Fan Wu Jie had no hope of proving his Tao, which undoubtedly attracted the interest of the demonic path. Soon, the third ancestor of the Fan clan, who was a Tao monarch of the demonic path, and those acquaintances of the demonic path began to contact him. The third ancestor pretended to reject them, and after a while, he reluctantly accepted the demonic path's bribe. The land of Dara. Beneath the netherworld fragment outside the bottomless abyss, very few Tao monarchs knew that behind the netherworld fragment, in the shadow of the realm sea, was a large world controlled by the demonic path, the 9 underworlds. The heaven of Dara has appeared. The wretched-looking old Taoist whom Fan Tianjun had met before chuckled and said, "The bottomless abyss is too mysterious. We have long suspected that it might be the land of Dara, but the ancestors of the demonic path have gone to search for it, but never returned. The heaven of Dara is a secret realm that contains the opportunity for Dara to achieve Tao. No one wants to miss it, right?" A demon monarch who was covered in white bones without a trace of flesh and blood said, "Old turtle, what nonsense are you talking about? We are all people who have no hope of achieving Tao. How many people have no hope in the future and have been forced to the brink of insanity? Now that there is hope, who would be willing to give it up? I didn't expect this." Another old devil, shrouded in shadows, said, "We always thought that the heaven of Dara was above the heavens at the very top of the universe, but we didn't expect that the real land of Dara was at the very bottom, in the bottomless abyss. I thought it was the purple cloud palace." An old devil laughed strangely. "Is the third brother of the Fan family reliable?" An old devil raised an objection. "Could it be that the 3 old monsters of the Fan family are scheming against us? So what? When Fan Wujie became a Tao monarch, didn't we predict that he would condense a Khanate Tao seed? The third brother of the Fan family is just an insignificant chess piece. He thought that we only started preparing because he told us." The old Taoist put on an act and said, "Actually, we set up a trap at the place where Fan Wujie became a Tao monarch and lured him to the bottomless abyss. When he first came to the bottomless abyss, I used another identity to secretly test him and deliberately told him how to use cosmic true water to cheat in treasure gambling in the bottomless abyss. Then I watched from the side, and you all saw the result." The old devils present all laughed strangely. If Fan Tianjun or the Dragon Crown Prince were here, they would definitely recognize some very familiar passers-by. For example, that old devil who laughed strangely. Back 10,000 years ago, wasn't he the passers-by who swore to the passers-by? It is said that the young Tao monarch of the Fan family has heaven-defying aptitude and is not inferior to the descendants of Khanate life forms. There was also the one who echoed him and kept saying, "The 2 young Tao monarchs are fighting because we are old." Wasn't this the one who said this, the other big shot of the devil Tao, the headmaster of the lifeless sect? The one who was inexplicably shocked at that time and shouted out the name of Nanming Li Fire wasn't the demon monarch of the 9 ghost cult who specialized in the Tao of fire, destroyed dozens of worlds with his fire of the underworld, burned the bright scorched realm to the ground, and pulled him into the bottomless abyss to become a Tao monarch. These big shots of the devil Tao all had amazing acting skills. Back then, they had all secretly watched Fan Tianjuan's stone gambling and confirmed that he had indeed grasped the Khanate Time Tao seed. That kid is indeed proficient in the Tao of time. An old devil who had secretly pretended to be an onlooker nodded. The wretched old Taoist priest of the goddess cult clapped his hands and sighed. "I wanted to pull him into the goddess cult to pluck his essence and analyze it, but that kid didn't fall for it and even gave me a random nickname. Also, all of you secretly added fuel to the fire, causing me, the dignified goddess cult leader, to inexplicably have a bandit name of Immortal Sandu. If that kid hears about it, he might discover the secret. What's more shameful is that when the fragment of the chaos fiend god magic treasure appeared, how many of you secretly went up to snatch it? You ruined my grand plan. If that kid is smart enough, he will go back and think about it carefully. If he guessed your identities, it's hard to say that he won't be suspicious. He almost ruined my grand plan." The old devils present felt a little guilty and didn't dare to refute. After Taoist Yuan Yu showed off his prowess and beat down the old devils present, they began to discuss serious matters. Although the devil path had some advantages in the ultimate, as they had explored some places and understood some of the foundation, it was still not enough. If they weren't prepared, they would face extremely terrifying dangers. No one dared to say that they could walk out of the ultimate unscathed. Therefore, they still needed to exchange information about the ultimate so that they could work together to venture into the depths of the ultimate. At the same time, they had to secretly protect Fan Tianjun, the compass. The lifeless cult leader pondered and said, "We, the Devil Path, have two ancestors of destruction and slaughter. One is the devil who infected the ultimate, while the other is the demon ancestor who suppressed the demon ancestor of destruction in the ultimate. In this world, no one has a better understanding of the ultimate than us. But even so, our understanding of the ultimate is only 1 in a trillion. If we want to find a safe way into the depths of the ultimate, we can only have a chance if we hand over the secret map of the ultimate. No, who knows if there are spies from the righteous path here? If we reveal our respective maps, won't the righteous path know the secret map of the ultimate? By then, our advantage will be gone. Who will bear the responsibility? Once we find the ultimate, the netherworld, and the heaven of Dara, everyone will have a share of the opportunity to prove their Tao. Even if the opportunity is limited, we have to rely on our own means. If we lead the mystic door Buddhism in, no one will benefit. The goddess cult leader, Yuan Yu, retorted with righteousness. The Devil Path bigwigs thought about it, and they indeed had this worry. But if we don't share the secret map, what if someone harbors ill intentions and leads us the wrong way when we are lost? We, the pillars of the Devil Path, will all fall into the trap, and the entire Devil Path will be finished. Those lackeys of the righteous path might be heartless and find a spy to sacrifice himself to lead us into the ultimate path. Moreover, I don't trust you guys, Whitebone Demon Monarch said straightforwardly. So we need a trustworthy person to test the way for us. We will hand over the secret map to him and let him lead the way. We will use our own means to follow behind him. Such a person must not be a spy of the righteous path, and he must not know our whereabouts. That way, even if he enters the ultimate path, he will not be able to harm us. Someone suggested, such a reliable person. Does our Devil Path have one? Whitebone Demon Monarch shook his head. Actually, we have no choice. Ajati thought for a moment, then said, after all, the person leading the way has a crucial mission, and that is to bring Fan Wu Jie deep into the ultimate. Otherwise, how can we ensure that Fan Wu Jie will not die on the way? And there is only one person who can gain Fan Wu Jie's trust. Everyone looked at the goddess cult leader, the pillar of the Devil Path, known as Taoist 3 Poisons, lecherous, gambler, and vicious Tao Lord Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu was shocked. What are you looking at me for? You wanted to test the way for you, and take such a huge risk? No way, impossible. The demon monarchs looked at each other and suddenly attacked in tacit understanding. After a moment of chaos, Yuan Yu sat on his seat with a gloomy face and said fiercely, I can go, but you have to agree to a few conditions of mine. After the meeting, Yuan Yu, who had a heavy responsibility, quickly snuck back to the goddess Sek's Bane City branch in front of the Netherworld fragment. He pretended to be infatuated and wretched, and entered the secret room with 2 female cultivators in his arms. A Devil Path Tao Lord followed him from afar, watching him walk into the goddess Sek branch's business office. He secretly sent a message to someone, Great Master F.A. Jing. Great Master F.A. Jing. The Devil Path Tao Lord has already confirmed that Fan Wu Jie can find the ultimate ruins of the Netherworld. They have integrated the ultimate ruins map that the Devil Path has and handed it to Taoist 3 Poisons of the Goddess Sect for safekeeping. Taoist 3 Poisons will lead the way for Fan Wu Jie. They plan to set up a trap in the Netherworld fragment and let Fan Wu Jie know that Taoist 3 Poisons is the only person who has entered the ultimate ruins, and leave Fan Wu Jie to their door. Taoist 3 Poisons is now in Bane City, disguised as an old Taoist who is afraid of death outside the ultimate ruins of a netherworld, and pretended to enter the goddess Sek's female devil cultivator's room. On the other side, Great Master F.A. Jing ordered, Well done, continue to monitor Taoist 3 Poisons. I will gather my fellow Buddhists and take down Taoist 3 poisons in one fell swoop. After obtaining the map, I will set up a restriction and plot against the Devil Path. Just as the Devil Path spy hung up the communication, he felt a chill on his back. He saw Taoist 3 poisons, Ajati, White-Bone Demon Monarch, Cult Master Jiuyo, and other old devils coming out from the darkness, and vaguely surrounded him in the middle. The Devil Path spy laughed bitterly, and with a face full of despair, he looked at them and said, "When did you guys discover me?" Taoist 3 poisons, Yuan Yu sighed. "We always knew that you are a person of the righteous path." Returning to the goddess sect branch, Yuan Yu walked into the secret room under the escort of the 2 demon ladies and instructed them, "Watch the door, don't let anyone in." Yuan Yu walked into the secret room, took out the postnatal spiritual treasure mirror of consonants, and knocked on the spiritual treasure, Taoist Ziyang. Taoist Ziyang, "I have something to report." After listening to Yuan Yu's report, Taoist Ziyang said in a low voice, "Junior brother Jinyang, I already know about this. You must protect yourself. You are a nail that we, the righteous path, have inserted into the core of the Devil Path." After communicating with Taoist Ziyang, Yuan Yu's entire body relaxed. At this moment, he formed a strange seal with both hands, communicating with a certain great will in the unseen world. "I, the great Dara of the Mystic Door, Heavenly Lord Yuan Yu, how did I become one of the 10 deputy cult masters of the Devil Path? Yin Yang Demon Master? Now, I'm actually a double agent. The great Dara, playing games with these juniors all day long. River Styx, you are not human." "Is it done?" River Styx instructed. "When you reach the ultimate, pretend to be Rose Person, and use his destruction Dao to mobilize the 4 immortal exterminating swords. Although I can't hide it from the truly smart people, I still don't want everyone to know that the 4 immortal exterminating swords are my treasures. If Ro finds out anything, I'll hold you responsible." "You want to put the blame on Ro again?" The corner of Yuan Yu's eye twitched. "You can't hide it for long. I'm not thinking of hiding it from the truly smart people. Can I say that the 10 great demon masters are all my people? But I must let Ro think that you are still his people. Let him think that there are still people loyal to him among the 10 great demon masters. Otherwise, why would he obediently be the destruction demon ancestor? The ultimate is a very special place. Normally, Dara can't see what happens inside. It can erase a lot of clues. If you fail this time, it won't just be your clone's problem anymore. That's not just a matter of your clone. If you ruin my plan in the chaos, I'll let your people in the chaos make up for it. What exactly do you want to do in the chaos?" Yuan Yu was a little hesitant. "You can't really make me a traitor of the Mystic Door. You promised me." "Don't worry, I'm not dealing with the people of the Mystic Door, and I can't hide it from the 3 pure ones. They are smart people." Chapter 1243. Returning to the returning ruins, Fan Tianjun noticed that the fragments of the netherworld had not changed much compared to 10,000 years ago. Looking at the huge shadow of the returning ruins, Fan Tianjun thought that 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Many worlds had changed, but the returning ruins had not changed at all, as if it had never changed since the beginning of time. But Fan Tianjun knew that this was just an illusion. In the long history of the primordial era, even the returning ruins had undergone great changes. From a bottomless abyss at the bottom of the sea to the end of the universe, from the eye of the sea of the 4 seas to the abyss of the sea of the universe. The reason why there was not much change here was because the changes in the returning ruins were calculated in billions of years. Based on the lifespan of the entire universe, the returning ruins had not changed much in 10,000 years, which meant that its state was very stable, and the entire universe was still in its prime. If I want to find the returning ruins, the legendary land of Dara, I have to enter the depths of the returning ruins. The returning ruins are dangerous and terrifying, and even Dao Lords are like ants in there. There is no safety at all, although I can faintly sense the place where time does not change in the depths of the returning ruins. Without someone who is very familiar with the returning ruins to guide me, I might not be able to last until I find the land of Dara. Fan Wu Jie pondered. The returning ruins are very dangerous. I need a guide. Arriving at the periphery of the netherworld fragment, Fanwu Jie did not find that wretched and skinny familiar figure. He immediately frowned and felt a little puzzled. Although that Taoist three poisons is a little cunning and unscrupulous, he is overall very reliable. I'm not familiar with the returning ruins at all. If I want to find a reliable guide who can bring me to the depths of the returning ruins, I have to rely on him. Logically speaking, the last time I met him at the periphery, he should have been following me everywhere. Why is he nowhere to be seen this time? Could it be that he went to warm his feet again? Fan Wu Jie blinked his eyes, then began to descend towards the fragment of the netherworld. Far away in the depths of the realm sea, a group of bald monks were quietly hiding in a dark shadow. The leader of the group was a white-robed bald monk who was holding a purple gold alms bowl in his palm, staring fixedly at the figure of Fan Wu Jie, who was revealed in the alms bowl. It's moving, it's moving! A monk exclaimed in delight when he saw Fan Wu Jie falling into the netherworld fragment. Master Fajing, who was dressed in a moon-white robe, said solemnly, "Junior brothers, you must not be careless. The junior brother who delivered the message for us has not contacted us since the last time. It is very likely that he has encountered Fa Nan. Those diabolism scoundrels must know of our existence. Be careful of the traps they have set. Right now, all three parties need to rely on this person to find out the location of the bottomless ruins." Fan Wu Jie said from within Fa Jing's alms bowl, "We have to act first, and it is impossible for us to take the map of the bottomless ruins. This person is our only clue. We must not act recklessly. As long as we keep an eye on this person, we'll be able to find clues about those demon bastards. Then, we'll be able to ambush them from behind." A monk with muscles all over his body that looked like a Vajra sneered and said, "When we find a land of Dara, we can—" He made a gesture of holding a knife. "May the Buddha be merciful," Master Fajing said with a compassionate face. "Junior brother, your killing intent is too heavy." Junior brother Jinming also holds the heart of exterminating the demon, and has the appearance of a furious wisdom king, an old monk advised, and then turned around to flatter Master Fajing. Although junior brother Jinming has the heart of a wisdom king, he is not as good as junior brother Fajing, who holds the heart of a compassionate Bodhi. When you subdue and purify those demons, you have the angry eyes of our Vajra and the compassionate heart of Bodhisattva. With this thought, you will have the fruit of Buddha. With this line of work, you will be able to establish a supreme Buddhist kingdom in the bottomless ruins and attain Bodhi. That's right, that's right. This group of bald men were all quick-witted, and they were proficient in debating the Dharma. Immediately, they flattered Fajing like a tide, learning the good tradition within the Buddhist League. They flattered Bodhisattva, Fajing in dozens of different postures, and Fajing felt comfortable all over. He laughed and responded to the group of junior brothers. Fan Tianjun came to the venue of the beauty sect. Looking at the colorful and magnificent memorial arch, he hesitated for a few breaths, and then he pinched his nose and barged in. As soon as he entered the door, two young ladies from the beauty sect came up to him, swaying their willow-like waists. They held Fan Tianjun's hands and looked at him expectantly. One of the girls said coquettishly, "Sir, you look a little unfamiliar. Is this your first time coming to our brothel?" Fan Wujia answered in a muffled voice, "I'm here to look for someone." The other gorgeous girl placed his hand on her bulging chest and said softly, "Sir, you must be joking. Who here is not looking for someone? We are all your bosom friends. I'm here to look for an old Taoist priest who looks like he hasn't washed his Taoist robe for tens of thousands of years." Fan Wujia's voice was a little strange. Feeling the amazing feeling under his hand, his mind swayed a little. Although he was known as the peerless cultivation genius of the Brahma heaven realm, he was able to become a Taoist monarch in just a few thousand years, and naturally he relied on thousands of years of dedicated cultivation. He had always been dismissive of anything other than cultivation. Even if there were female cultivators who admired him, they would only approach him secretly. He had never seen such a scene before. Ordinary mortal looks were naturally unable to move his firm Taoist heart. However, the reputation of the beauty sect for being able to reach the level of Taoist monarch was certainly not undeserved. They had also cultivated the Tao of charm for thousands of years. Every move of theirs had to be extremely seductive, and even their posture and temperament had to be in line with the heavenly Tao. Beauty was the Tao. There was great beauty in the world. The mountains and rivers were beautiful and majestic, and the flowers and trees were full of vitality. Even if the ferocious beasts were ferocious, they also had a wild beauty. It could be said that there was no ugly side to nature. Ugliness belonged to humans, not nature. The beauty sect was a devil Tao sect that comprehended the beauty of the heavens. They sought the perfection of the heavenly Tao externally and the purity of the human Tao internally. The female cultivators of the beauty sect, at the very least, had to be beautiful enough to move the world and prove their Tao with beauty. They had to use their charm arts to externally sense the world, charm the world, causing the world to be bewitched and produce all kinds of strange phenomena, such as heavenly flowers, beautiful flowers, auspicious clouds, clear springs. Thus, the immortal fruits of the beauty sect were not among the 5 orthodox immortals, nor were they in the Buddhist sect. Instead, they were called heavenly ladies by the mystic sect and the Buddhist sect. Although the beauty sect was a devil Tao sect, their way of doing things was both good and evil. Because they were charming on the inside and could externally sense the world, they were very easily influenced by external things. Generally, when the righteous and devil Tao elders verified their Tao would externally sense the world. To the beauty sect, this was the most terrifying charm arts backlash, causing them to be easily influenced by the Tao of the elders and involuntarily be attracted. Thus, when the elders verified their Tao as Taoist monarchs, the cultivators of the charm sect in the entire realm would be attracted by them and would transform into heavenly ladies to accompany them. This was especially true for Tao lords of the Buddhist Sangha. The appearance of heavenly ladies was the standard for Tao lords. This was a Tao that allowed one to easily influence the world and also allow one to be easily influenced by the world. When charm arts reached the level of Tao, it was actually a type of sensing and communication. The heavenly ladies used their own spirit to assimilate the world, but at the same time, they faced the danger of being assimilated by the world. This was because there were too many heavenly ladies who had been tricked by the elders. As a result, the Buddhist elders of the mystic door had even more heavenly ladies by their side than those of the devil Tao. As the people by the elders' side, these heavenly ladies had very solid relationships. Even the ancient heavenly court had countless heavenly ladies serving them as palace maids and maids. It could be said that their relationships were connected to the 6 Taos of the 3 realms, and they were spread throughout the Buddhist, mystic, and devil Tao sects. With such powerful relationships, they naturally couldn't be treated as an ordinary devil Tao sect. The beauty sect was one of the largest heavenly ladies cultivation sects in the myriad of realms. The cultivation path of the Tao of heavenly ladies could be called external perception. It was a great Tao of the devil Tao. A female cultivator who had just entered the Tao of charm would at least be able to cause 100 flowers to bloom in winter with a smile. This wasn't a divine art. Rather, it was using one's spirit to influence the world, relying on charm arts to cause 100 flowers to bloom. Of course, the backlash was that female cultivators of the Tao of charm would be easily influenced by external objects. In other words, they would have too many emotions. A female cultivator who could use her charm to cause 100 flowers to bloom might die of grief and heartbreak when she saw the 100 flowers wilting and dying due to the opposite weather. This was the external corruption tribulation. Thus, heavenly ladies were naturally countered by the heavenly devils. Without the protection of the elders of the devil Tao, they would face countless tribulations. Without the Tao of subduing devils, they would undoubtedly die. Thus, they had no choice but to submit to the devil Tao and beg the demon ancestor to impart the Tao of subduing devils to them. This was also the reason why Heavenly Venerable Yuan Yu was willing to join the Devil Tao to protect them. He used his identity as the Yin-Yang Devil Master to protect heavenly ladies from the devil tribulation. Heavenly ladies with external perception would lean towards the perfection of the heavenly Tao. They would have a natural beauty and charm, but they would also be bewitched by the heavenly Tao. Heavenly ladies with external perception would lean towards the Tao of heavenly devil charm. They would specialize in attacking the hearts and weaknesses of living beings. Every move they made could break the Tao heart. Heavenly ladies were like clear water that could not be tainted by external objects. In the celestial heavens, they were heavenly ladies. In the righteous path, they were heavenly ladies. In the devil Tao, they were heavenly devils. Thus, it wasn't that Fan Wu Jie's Tao heart wasn't firm enough. It was just that the cultivation of these two young ladies was close to the Tao monarch realm. They were able to squeeze into the ranks of the top experts of the beauty sect. Every move they made was targeted at Fan Wu Jie's Tao heart. Fan Wu Jie liked pure women, so they were ignorant of worldly affairs. Fan Wu Jie liked cold and aloof women, so they were as cold as ice. It was a pity that Fan Wu Jie had focused on cultivating for thousands of years. He didn't like those who were too passive. Hearing Fan Tianjuan's strange request, the girl covered her mouth and giggled foolishly. "Young master, you have such a strong taste. I can't handle it." The other girl gritted her teeth and said, "Girls, bring me a sloppy Taoist robe. I don't want to sacrifice this incarnation of mine. I want to satisfy my guest." Fan Wu Jie, however, didn't understand. He simply stood there, not knowing what to say. A short while later, a coquettish, charming, and sloppy old Taoist priest leisurely walked out from behind the screen and stuck out a furry, dirty leg. Fan Wu Jie was so shocked by this scene that his stomach churned. Even with his cultivation as a Tao Lord, he couldn't suppress it. Is this a heavenly devil? Ugh, too scary. How could the Sky Devil Mirage be ordinary? The young sisters of the Beauty Maiden sect were proficient in this. In the end, the Tao of external senses was the transmission of information. The information that the Holy Maiden could transmit was already very complete, and she could completely control the five senses of people. When one was close to the level of a golden immortal Tao monarch, every move they made could transmit a sea of information. Fan Wu Jie was overwhelmed by the sea of conflicting information. The extreme of beauty and ugliness. The extreme of coquettish and dirty. It was like the great Tao of yin and yang. Extremely wretched and extremely coquettish. Every move he made was in line with his sense of beauty. But this weirdo didn't match his sense of beauty at all. In this situation of conflicting information, one of the feelings was magnified to the extreme. Of course, it wasn't love or comfort, but disgust and disgust. Fan Wu Jie wanted to poke his own eyes. He wailed, "My eyes! No, it should be my senses. I'm sorry, young master." The heavenly lady, who had changed back to her original appearance, comforted Fan Wu Jie. "I thought you had a strong taste." Fan Wu Jie stayed far away from her. He used his great Tao of time to set up a cosmic barrier that was 10 light years wide. This meant that any Tao monarch would need at least 10 years to get to Fan Wu Jie's side. This was the cosmic great divine art that Fan Wu Jie had comprehended. It was also the result of him using cosmic light to interfere with the great Tao of space. After this incident, Fan Wu Jie had a deep shadow in his heart. The way he looked at the young ladies of the beauty sect was no longer infatuated. Instead, it was filled with extreme vigilance and a little fear. The poor Fan family's genius. He probably wouldn't get close to female cultivators for the next 10,000 years. He needed to fight with his inner demons for a period of time before he could erase the shadow and defeat them. But before that, Fan Wu Jie would have a little misogyny. He would hate female cultivators and those who behaved like female cultivators. He would get close to cultivators of the Tao of body cultivation or cultivators of the Tao of muscle. This was the danger of the great Tao of heavenly devil aspect, a branch of the Tao of heavenly lady enchantment. Fan Wu Jie no longer underestimated the terrifying heavenly lady cultivators. Although this cultivation path was extreme and had a fatal weakness, in a sense, it was still very powerful. It could be said that it was a kind of heavenly devil. The heavenly lady was restrained by the heavenly devil, but the heavenly lady who sensed the heavenly devil was also a branch of the heavenly devil. This relationship was very strange. How can there be someone with such a strong taste in this world? Fanwu Jie said fiercely. There is. The young lady covered her mouth and laughed. Little brother, the frequent customer you found has a stronger taste. I thought. She threw a coquettish look at Fanwu Jie, which made him want to vomit again. The young lady had no choice but to retract her charm. She had shot herself in the foot. Although she had planted an inner demon in Fanwu Jie, her Tao of charm had been completely distorted. Now, no matter what charm she used, it would have the opposite effect on Fanwu Jie. I thought you came to find him because you are a kindred spirit. She raised her orchid fingers and said, I wanted to get a frequent customer for myself, but I didn't expect that I would ruin my business. Little brother, you can't tell anyone about this, or it will ruin the reputation of our beauty maiden sect. The corner of Fanwu Jie's mouth twitched. He began to wonder if he had made the wrong choice by looking for the old Taoist. He had thought that the old Taoist was just a little more wretched and lecherous, but he did not expect him to have such a terrifying hobby. It was no wonder that a normal person would not wear such a greasy Taoist robe for hundreds of thousands of years. Those who could persist for so long were not normal people. Fanwu Jie had the urge to break into a run and leave, but what the young lady said next made him stay. Why are you looking for him? Oh, you are the newbie that he brought to gamble on stones, right? You have caused him so much trouble. That old man has been hanging around the bottomless ruins since some time ago. He relies on his well-informed connections to know about many taboos in the bottomless ruins to make a living, and he is doing quite well with his own business. At least he has the money to help us with our business. He is an extremely cowardly person, and what he fears the most is entering the bottomless ruins. A few days ago, I heard that he brought a newbie to sweep through all the gambling houses in Northern City and obtained countless treasures. In the end, he even obtained a chaotic substance and a golden fragment that might be the relic of a chaotic god. That should be you, right? It's me, Fanwu Jie said, while suppressing his disgust. The female cultivator saw the disgust on his face, and she felt a little annoyed in her heart. The two of them were getting more and more disgusted with each other, so she said decisively, That old man saw that you won every gamble and obtained countless treasures. He was originally a restless person, so how could he hold himself back? So he wanted to test the waters a little, and I reckon that he remembered the look on your face when you were gambling on stones. At first, he relied on you to earn a sum of money, but later on, the Four Seas gambling house found out about it. Didn't you offend that Dragon Crown Prince? Offending the Dragon Crown Prince is the same as offending the dragon race. And if you offend those petty people of the dragon race, don't even think about living a good life. Once you left, of course they would want to settle the score with the old Taoist who brought you here. So the dragon race set up a trap and made that old man think that he could get a batch of raw stones that were the same as the chaotic substance you cut open. In the end, he was cheated and went bankrupt. He owed a huge debt, and now he is about to be forced to enter the bottomless ruins. Enter the bottomless ruins? Fanwu Jie asked in confusion. Why did the dragon race force him to enter the bottomless ruins? Didn't he never dare to enter the bottomless ruins? The dragon race spread the word that they wanted to take revenge on him and make him do what he fears the most, but the only ones who know the inside story are probably us. The young lady said meaningfully, You should know that a man can't keep a secret the most in bed, so only I know why that old man doesn't dare to enter the bottomless ruins. Only someone who has entered the bottomless ruins would be so afraid of it. Fanwu Jie seemed to have guessed something. And only someone who is so afraid of the bottomless ruins would spend hundreds of thousands of years collecting information about the bottomless ruins and have such a deep understanding of the place, the young lady added. The dragon race is the oldest force around the bottomless ruins, so it's normal for them to know everything. They cut open that batch of raw stones, and although it was said that they made a fortune, they didn't get anything as valuable as the fragment you cut out last time. So they want to enter the bottomless ruins one more time to retrieve more ancient raw stones. Coincidentally, we all know the only person who came out alive from the depths of the bottomless ruins. The old Taoist, Fan Wujie, said, "He is the one who came back alive from the depths of the bottomless ruins, and that is why he is so afraid of it. He must have come into contact with something terrifying in the depths of the bottomless ruins, and that is why he doesn't dare to step into it again." "You're very smart," the young lady laughed. "Now do you know what kind of storm you've gotten yourself into? The old Taoist knows the way to the depths of the bottomless ruins, and I can identify valuable raw stones. So the dragon race won't let the old Taoist go, and they won't let me go either," Fan Wujie said calmly. "Looks like it's time for me to go." Fan Wujie knew what he wanted to know, and he couldn't stay here any longer. He got up and was about to leave when the young lady called out to him, "Hey." Fan Wujie turned his head slightly and pretended to listen, but he couldn't see the young lady's face. "If it's not too much trouble, why don't you help him? Bring him back." Little Missy seemed to mention it carelessly. Fan Wujie had a strange look on his face. "Does that old pervert only pick you every time he comes?" "Yes." The young lady laughed naturally. "That's why I don't want to lose such a generous, frequent customer. I'll try my best." Fan Wujie left the beauty sex brothel without looking back. At that moment, another girl laughed in the young lady's ear. "You're slandering the sect leader. Be careful that he comes back to deal with you." "Oomph. Who's afraid of him?" The young lady's aura was completely different. She wasn't just close to a Taoist lord. She was clearly an experienced Taoist lord who had the potential to break through to Dara. The young lady scoffed and said, "The great Dara, the yin-yang demon master of the demonic cult, is pretending to be a grandson. What a spineless coward. I'm afraid that if he pretends too much, he won't be able to straighten his back. Isn't it just pretending? Who doesn't know how to act these days?" Achoo! The scruffy old Taoist who was hiding in the netherworld fragment suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and quickly disappeared into the shadows. Although it was a performance, the extras were all acting out of friendship. They had no idea of the big shot schemes. The dragon race was really after him, and everything that the young lady said had really happened. To the Taoist lord of the dragon race, they were chasing after an old liar who knew the way to the depths of the bottomless ruins. "It seems like someone is slandering me behind my back," Yuan Yu said suspiciously. "No, I still have to move." He quickly flew deeper into the netherworld, into the nether wind that was everywhere in the netherworld fragment, and disguised himself as a remnant soul of a Taoist lord floating in the nether wind. Along with the nether wind, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not long after, a group of Dara dragons passed by under the lead of a Taoist lord of the dragon race. The Taoist lord of the dragon race looked around and waved his hand, saying, "He was here. Continue searching." Chapter 1244. That old thief is indeed slippery. Looks like he didn't spend the past hundreds of thousands of years in vain. He is very familiar with the environment around the ultimate ruins. It seems like the dragon race of the four seas really can't do anything to him. I have to think of a way to send him off and lift the sedan chair. Fan Wujie used the corrosive property of the time-light true water to search for traces of the old Taoist. However, he always returned empty-handed. Only now did he understand why the old Taoist was able to survive until now without being caught by the dragon race. It was as if he had maxed out his escaping skills. Fan Wujie used the time-light true water to search the world and finally found a trace. In a flash, he arrived at the place where Yuan Yu and the dragon race's Dao monarch had arrived. Fan Wujie used the time-light Dao seed to observe. His consciousness traveled through time and saw the dragon race's Dao monarch had arrived with a group of heaven immortals. He looked around and waved his hand, saying, "He was here. Continue searching." The time-light true water condensed by the innate time Dao seed traced back, and the old Taoist Yuan Yu's figure finally appeared in Fan Wujie's consciousness. "It seems like someone is behind me," the old Taoist said suspiciously. "No, I have to move." He transformed into a gust of chilly wind and entered the ever-present chilly wind of the netherworld fragment. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a remnant soul of a Taoist monarch and blended into the densely packed black souls. Like a black thread, he blended into the countless black threads that floated in the chilly wind. At this moment, the divine ability time reversal lost track of the old Taoist. Fortunately, in the universe, when it came to the divine art of time, not many could compare to Fan Wu Jie, who had condensed the innate time-light Tao seed. When he lost track of the old Taoist, he used the power of the time-light true water to travel along the river of time and reverse time to a few days ago. When the old Taoist left, he secretly stuck a thread of the time-light true water on the corner of the old Taoist robe. Even though Yuan Yu used some unknown divine art to change his nature and turned into a broken soul, he couldn't erase the faint trace of time. Following this faint trace of time, Fan Wu Jie chased after the old Taoist. His ability to escape is the best I've ever seen in all the worlds. Fan Wu Jie sighed speechlessly after losing track of the old Taoist for the nth time. Initially, he thought that the old Taoist could transform into a wisp of broken soul seamlessly, and no one would be able to see through his disguise. He thought that it was already an extremely powerful divine ability, and he could even vaguely sense the shadow of the ancient transformation technique. Who would have thought that this was not the old Taoist's ultimate divine ability that could save his life? The old Taoist had been constantly changing his appearance along the way, and he had displayed an unparalleled escape art. Legend has it that the ancient art of transformation, when cultivated to an extremely high level, could transform into tens of thousands of things, and even the 3 calamities and 9 disasters could be avoided. It could be said to be a technique to deceive the heavens. According to the legends, during the era of the ancient heaven, there were 2 Dara who were proficient in transformations. They first transformed into all kinds of innate divine beasts, and even their innate abilities were exactly the same. One transformed into an extremely powerful innate living being, while the other transformed into the natural enemy of the innate living being. Even after 3,000 years of transformations, there was still no clear winner. This continued until one of the Dara lost his patience and transformed into all kinds of postnate living beings to escape the battlefield. However, the other Dara who was proficient in transformations managed to find him every single time. In the end, both of them transformed into the cool breeze, the bright moon, the first rays of the morning sun, the lightning that streaked across the sky, the wildfire that struck dead trees, and the heat from the burning flames. They transformed into everything that was tangible and intangible, everything that could be imagined, and everything that could not be imagined. This continued until one of the Dara transformed into a world and lured the other Dara into it. Then, with a shake of his body, he destroyed the world that he transformed into, turning it invisible and annihilating his own existence. He wanted to perish together with his opponent, destroying both of their Dharma bodies at the same time. However, the other Dara actually transformed into the heavenly Tao of that world, causing the destruction of the world, but not the Tao, and successfully emerged victorious. This was a legend that Fan Wu Jie had read in an ancient book and notebook. The 3 patriarchs of the Fan family had commented, "What a joke." However, Fan Wu Jie was willing to believe that it was true. This was his earliest understanding of Dara. This extremely grand and romantic battle had always existed in Fan Wu Jie's memory, and it formed his earliest understanding of Dara. Nowadays, the art of transformation had long been lost in the universe, and it had become a kind of legendary ancient divine ability. The remaining bits and pieces of it had become a great divine ability that could not be passed on to others. For the cultivators of the universe to be able to transform into an ancient divine beast, it was the ultimate divine ability of each orthodoxy. Other than that, there were only some divine abilities that could turn the earth into steel or turn stone into gold that were still being passed down. However, these divine abilities were only minor arts of the Tao of transformation during the ancient times. Furthermore, there were some who used the art of illusion to change one's appearance. using the name of the ancient art of transformation to change one's essence. And it actually became the divine ability of transformation that was recognized by the universe. The essence of the ancient art of transformation was to mediate creation, to reverse yin and yang, to grasp the essence of vitality, and to change the essence of matter. It was a great Tao that could change everything, but the essence did not change. Therefore, it was able to transform into thousands of things. However, the art of transformation today was just an illusion that blinded the senses. It could no longer reproduce the transformation divine ability of the great mediators of the past. However, on the old Taoist, Fan Wu Jie saw a trace of the ancient divine ability of transformation. The old Taoist transformation into a remnant soul was not just an illusion, but he had truly changed his essence, which was why he was able to confuse the divine ability of the past. This meant that the old Taoist transformation into a soul meant that he could truly cultivate the path of the ghost cultivator of the netherworld, and not just transform into that appearance. The difference between the two was equivalent to changing into a new set of clothes and changing his face, and the other was opening a new account. Just this one transformation alone had endless potential. Even Fan Wu Jie was a little jealous. There was a fundamental difference between a soul and a living being. Some of the restrictions and divine abilities that targeted the corporeal body had no effect on a soul, and there were some special worlds that the corporeal body could not enter at all. For example, after the ancient netherworld was destroyed, the fragments of the laws of the netherworld that remained intact were a taboo to any living being. What was even more terrifying was that the lifespan of a soul was calculated separately from the corporeal body. A soul had a netherworld lifespan, which was usually 10 times the lifespan of the corporeal body. This meant that transforming into a soul consumed the netherworld lifespan, which was equivalent to extending one's lifespan by 10 times. Fan Wu Jie condensed the innate Tao seed of time, which slowed down the time change of his body, could only slow down the flow of time by 10 times and increase his lifespan by 10 times. There was also the side effect of weakening the connection with the great Tao of the universe. Once time was slowed down by 10 times, the speed of cultivation would also be slowed down by 10 times, and it was hard to evaluate the gains and losses. Fan Wu Jie had also used all his strength to chase after the old Taoist Yuan Yu. What he did not know was that Yuan Yu's intermittent stops, and the clues were intermittent. It was also a test of his standard in disguise. He wanted to know where Fan Wu Jie could catch up with him, and where he could lose him. Fan Wu Jie's speed and frequency had exposed a large part of his strength. Through this method, Yuan Yu had found out Fan Wu Jie's bottom line. He had more or less understood all of Fan Wu Jie's trump cards. Dara had lived from the Tai era until now, and every single one of them had lived to become a smart person. Even a newbie like Yuan Yu, who had only proven his Tao in this Pango era, had been cooked to the point that he was very familiar with it. Step by step, Fan Wu Jie walked in the mountains and land veins of the netherworld fragment and carved countless formation patterns. This was a barren mountain that looked like a mass grave. It was unknown which land in the universe had mountains of corpses, but the tombstones were piled up like a mountain. The netherworld fragment usually had remnants of the netherworld laws. During the primitive era, the earth was divided into yin and yang. Every inch of land in the world of the living corresponded to every inch of yin soil in the world of the dead. There were treasured lands in the world of the living, and the land of the dead corresponded to the land of the dead. There were tombstones in the world of the living, and the land of the dead corresponded to the land of the dead. After the primitive era was broken, the world of the living in the primitive continent was broken into the universe, and the land of the dead and the laws of the dead were also broken. A part of the worlds that did not evolve into the land of the dead, and the reincarnation was not perfect, would be the first to be destroyed. The souls of the living beings in those worlds would sometimes follow a trace and come to the netherworld fragment. The understanding of the netherworld fragment in the universe was still very shallow. Even the realm of 9 netherworlds, which controlled a fragment of the netherworld, only knew a little bit about the laws of the netherworld. These mass graves were formed by sensing that there were many living beings buried in the universe, and there were no signs of resentment, death, and energy in the world of the dead. These places were connected to the netherworld fragment in the unseen world, and some of the remnant souls and death energy would seep over from these places of great danger, forming such a terrain in the netherworld fragment. This was also a balance mechanism of the universe. According to the research of the big shots of the realm of 9 netherworlds, it should be some laws of the netherworld that had not been broken yet that were working to prolong the lives of the universe. There were countless white bones in the mass graves. Fanwu Jie walked in front of a broken skeleton that was emitting a ghostly fire. He stretched out his leg and gave it a light kick. The skeleton immediately fell apart, and the skull rolled down, spinning a few rounds on the ground and stirring up the ghostly fire nearby. Fanwu Jie pointed out a finger and sealed the ghostly fire that was drifting out from the skeleton back into the skeleton. He coughed and said, "Stop hiding. Do you think I can't find you?" The skull suddenly moved its jaw and said, "Little Fan, do we have a grudge against each other?" "No grudge," Fanwu Jie said calmly. "No grudge, but you set me up." The skull leaped into the air and turned into a stream of light, flying 1,000 miles away in an instant. At this time, a dragon pearl rose from afar and shattered the skull. Countless ghostly fire burst out from the pearl and turned into a human figure that was emitting dark green flames of hell. He wailed, "Little Fan, you set me up." The Taoist lord of the dragon race, who was lying in ambush, snorted coldly and said, "Old rabbit, you really know how to run. If we hadn't found Fanwu Jie and lured him to you, you could still continue to be free and unfettered. And you, Fanwu Jie, the rising star of the younger generation of the Fan clan, how dare you run away after deceiving the dragon race?" The figure that was emitting green flames roared, "I'll lure them away. You run." Taoist Yuan Yu gave a furious roar and transformed himself into a myriad of clones. Countless figures that were burning with green flames rushed out in all directions, and wherever they went, they would explode into clumps of nether fire, burning the indestructible scales of the heavenly immortals of the dragon clan and causing them to sizzle and emit a foul stench of smoke. Instantly, the formation of the dragon clan fell into chaos, but Fan Wujie stood calmly on the same spot, not moving at all. Taoist Yuan Yu blinked his eyes and said anxiously, "Why aren't you running? Do you want both of us to be trapped here? I'm here to save you. You're not even moving but do you really think the dragon race won't dare to touch you? Why should I run? Should I help you lure the pursuers away?" Fan Wu Jie sighed and bowed to the skeleton in front of him. "Old senior, you know that if I want to achieve the Tao, I can only find another fragment of chaotic matter. So, I can only go to the returning ruins to find the opportunity to achieve the Tao. The dragon race forced me to go there, and I couldn't ask for more. Then you go." The dragon prince went to the returning ruins, and so did the old dragon king. In the countless years since the primordial world was broken, I've seen countless Taoists enter the returning ruins with my own eyes. You're not the only one. Are you tired of living? Why are you dragging me down there? Are you all so fierce as a ghost? I haven't lived enough yet. If I want to find chaotic matter, I have to go deeper into the returning ruins. Senior, you're the only one who can come out alive after entering the returning ruins. So, if you don't accompany me, who will?" Fan Wu Jie's expression changed. He grabbed the skeleton and shouted, "The dragon race. His true body is here, don't be fooled. Throw us into the returning ruins together." "Fuck, you black-hearted maggot." The skeleton turned back into Taoist Yuan Yu and cursed, "I've lived for 90 million years, and I'm still very young. 3 times a night, and I'm not weak at all. I haven't lived enough yet." Yuan Yu howled miserably. He struggled violently, and his strong will to live was truly heartbreaking. The Tao Lord of the Dragon clan couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. 5 Tao monarchs from the Dragon clan joined forces to raise the Dragon Pearl. Their magic power joined together and blasted out with a boom, causing the entire area to shatter. A destructive storm formed and blasted towards Yuan-Yu and Brahma-Wujia. When 5 major powers of the same level joined forces, even Tao monarchs would not be able to withstand such destructive power head-on. Only the direction behind them towards the returning ruins was safe. Not only was Yuan-Yu being forced by the dragon race's Taoist, but Fan Wujia was also holding him back. He had no choice but to shout, "Let go! Let's retreat into the returning ruins together." Fan Wujia decisively let go of him, and the two of them rushed into the returning ruins together. But before they entered the returning ruins, Fan Wujia suddenly made a move and triggered the destructive power of the returning ruins. Yuan-Yu turned pale with fright. "What the hell are you doing? Do you want to die?" "Disrupt the power of the returning ruins, cut off our escape route, and make it impossible for them to follow us in," Fan Wujia said calmly. Yuan-Yu's chest heaved. "I'm going to die of anger. If you do this, you will cause a small-scale disturbance in the power of the sinkhole." Before he could finish his words, the power of the great Tao of destruction that he had triggered stirred up a violent storm. The powerful power of destruction covered the heavens and the earth, obliterating everything in its path. Tao Lords were no different from ants in the face of this power. Even if they were at the very edge of the sinkhole, the power of the sinkhole that was stirred up and ignited was enough to create a situation where Tao Lords would most likely die. Fan Wujia's face turned green when he saw that he had caused the sinkhole to stir. Yuan-Yu hurriedly shouted, "Right now, the only thing we can do is use our power to break through the outer layer of the destructive storm before it fully forms. We can open a path for us to escape into the center. The eye of the storm is the calmest place. If we want to survive, we have to work together." Fan Wujia and Yuan-Yu joined hands and blasted out a terrifying light with all their might. The power of the cosmic light, true water, and the divine light of great origin magnetic light turned everything in their path into dust. Against the power of the great Tao of destruction that had yet to fully take shape, it could only temporarily break the outer layer of the storm of destruction. After that, the two of them hurriedly fled into the huge black hole formed by the great Tao of destruction. A Taoist of the dragon race looked at the rioting, returning ruins and smiled. He actually threw himself into the storm. In the storm, he displayed the power of a Taoist. Even though it was just a small ripple at the edge of the returning ruins, it was a terrifying disaster for Taoists. The other Taoists and celestial immortals fled in terror, trying to escape the area of the returning ruins. At this time, 80% of the cultivators near the edge of the returning ruins did not even have the chance to make a sound before they were obliterated by the destructive wave. In the center of the storm, the eye of the storm was indeed calm. Yuan-Yu said with a look of despair, "It's over now. Didn't we escape?" Fan Wujia said confidently, "There will always be good fortune after surviving a disaster. Do you know where the returning ruins will take us?" Yuan-Yu turned and said, "I don't know." "That's right, because even Immortal Dara doesn't know where we will be taken this time. We can't go back the way we came. We are lost in the returning ruins. What sins did I commit in my previous 9 lives to meet a madman like you?" Fan Wujia suddenly laughed. "Isn't that great? No one could follow us anymore." Yuan-Yu looked at Fan Wujia with a strange expression, who maintained the demeanor of an aristocratic family disciple and acted like a crazy rogue cultivator just now. Yuan-Yu muttered in his heart. Did he guess something? Did he guess that I had been used by the Fan family's 3 forefathers? Or did he guess that the demon gate is behind us? Or did he guess that the mystic door and the Buddhist gate are involved in this? Did he vaguely figure out the identity of the demon gate's maiden sect leader to be able to set up such a trap? This kid is really ruthless. In any case, he shouldn't be able to guess my identity as a spy of the righteous path. You think I am the demon lord of the demon gate, but I am actually the righteous path's spy Zheng Yangzi. You think I am the righteous path's spy Zheng Yangzi, but I am actually the deputy sect leader of the demon gate, the Yin Yang demon lord. You think I am the Yin Yang demon lord, but I am actually the mystic door's heavenly lord Yuan-Yu, the chaotic god-fiend Yuan-Yu, the collaborator of Ancestor River Styx, and a pawn of the demon gate. Yuan Yu was originally calm, but for some reason, the more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. My job is to betray the people around me. Actually, I really just want to be a righteous path. Even if you could guess at the Tao Lord level, you wouldn't be able to guess at the grand heavenly level. What's more, there's a conspiracy that even I find frighteningly deep. There's no telling what the demon forefather, the river Styx, is plotting, and you're just a pawn to him. Pity you, you might be able to guess the beginning, but you definitely wouldn't be able to guess the ending. Surprise! For the mighty demon ancestor to condescend himself to scheme against you. Isn't that especially honorable? When the storm of destruction dissipated, the two of them found themselves in a bloody mist. Upon seeing this sea of fog that seemed to be a sea of blood, Yuan Yu's face turned ashen. It's over. We have already entered the depths of the ultimate, and this is a dangerous place that ordinary Tao lords won't come to. Use your cosmic true water to isolate this bloody fog. This is a transformation of the blood river true water, the vitality corroding blood fog. It will erode magic power and corrode matter. Fanwu Jie hurriedly turned the cosmic true water into a layer of mist and set up layers of time around himself and Yuan Yu. In the short time that they had been exposed to the vitality corroding blood fog, their magic power had already been eroded, and they could sense a sliver of it. It didn't seem like much, but this blood fog was endless, and there was no telling when they would be able to escape. Without a powerful protective divine ability, most Tao lords would be eroded, and they wouldn't even be able to reach the edge of the blood fog. Fanwu Jie had set up layers of time barriers around them. Any divine ability that wanted to get close to Fanwu Jie would have to go through countless years of time. The barrier of time was the scariest defense of the time-light true water. Just think about it. Even the fastest divine light that could launch and attack the fastest would have to travel through time for 10 years to hurt Fanwu Jie. So what kind of divine ability could break through the time-light true water? Such a powerful divine ability could be said to be untouchable by all magic. Although the vitality corroding blood fog was temporarily isolated, Fanwu Jie realized that the cosmic true water that was eroded by the blood fog was truly eroded, and there was no way for it to recover. Furthermore, the cosmic true water that could slow down time could only last for 10,000 years, and if given to the two of them to protect themselves, it would only last for 5,000 years. In other words, after 5,000 years, the vitality corroding blood fog would erode all of the cosmic true water, and when that time came, Fanwu Jie would have to rely on his magic power to hold on, and he wouldn't be able to last for more than 10 years. Therefore, after 5,010 years, they would melt in the vitality corroding blood fog. Old rabbit, Fanwu Jie laughed coldly. I gave you the cosmic true water to protect yourself, but it can only last for 5,000 years, and I alone can last for 10,000 years. Now, tell me, what value do you have that is worth me sacrificing 5,000 years to protect you? You think you can walk out of the vitality corroding blood fog in 10,000 years? Yuan Yu snorted coldly. Moreover, there are countless more dangerous and terrifying danger zones in the depths of the bottomless ruins like the vitality corroding blood fog. In front of some of these dangerous danger zones, your cosmic true water can't even withstand a single blow. Now, do you know how stupid you are for causing us to fall into the depths of the bottomless ruins? Yuan Yu could not help but glare at Fanwu Jie. It was you who caused us to fall into the depths of the bottomless ruins. Fanwu Jie coughed and looked away guiltily, not daring to meet Yuan Yu's gaze. He looked at the vast blood sea and said, "Haha, Senior, please don't be angry. I was just joking with Senior. Why would I really throw Senior into the vitality corroding blood fog?" Yuan Yu laughed coldly in his heart. "You brat, you are definitely capable of doing that. Wait until 2,000 years. No, as long as there is no hope of escaping from this place after 1,000 years, I'm afraid you will have to consider abandoning me. The vitality corroding blood fog is boundless and boundless. Borrowing the unique environment of the bottomless ruins, the space is chaotic and there are no normal directions. It can be said to be a natural maze, and the vitality-corroding blood fog is one of the safer places in the bottomless ruins. In the bottomless ruins, there is no normal or safe place. In comparison, temporarily taking shelter in the vitality-corroding blood fog is slightly safer, and it can at least buy us another 5,000 years. If we try to escape from this place in a hurry, we might end up in an even more desperate situation. Yuan Yu said calmly, "The structure of the bottomless ruins is very complicated. The bottomless ruins that are known to all the heavens and realms may only be the overflowing power of the bottomless ruins, a thin layer between the bottomless ruins and the sea of the heavens and realms. The deeper part of the bottomless ruins is where we are now, the layer of destruction. The heaven and earth Yuan Shi here is affected by the aftermath of the great Tao of destruction, turning into countless Yuan Shi with the nature of destruction. The vitality-corroding blood fog is formed when the blood river true water is contaminated with the great Tao of destruction, and it is probably created by the fragments of the nether blood sea that fell into the bottomless ruins. The fragments of the heavens sink into the bottomless ruins, and the matter is converted into Yuan Shi. When the great Tao of destruction is contaminated with Yuan Shi, it will change into all kinds of Yuan Shi with the characteristics of destruction, such as the invincible godly thunder, the nirvana tribulation fire, the bone-melting nightmare wind. There are many more dangerous things than this vitality-corroding blood fog. There are many perilous lands where even the time-light true water cannot protect your life. For example, I know of a perilous land where the time-light true water has been contaminated with the great Tao of destruction, and even a golden immortal like Dara would have his soul corroded and his bones corroded if he fell into it. His flesh would fester and his soul would rot, and he would only be able to escape with the connate, inextinguishable divine light. Even the golden body of the Buddha would be slowly worn down in there. After Fan Wu Jie entered the depths of the bottomless ruins, he could clearly feel the mysterious place that was isolated from the time-light true water. There was no concept of up, down, left, or right in the bottomless ruins. At every moment, the relative position of the space within the bottomless ruins would undergo huge changes. At one moment, the bottomless ruins underworld could be billions of miles away from them, and the next moment, it could be right beside them. Fan Wu Jie had to constantly probe and change his relative position in order to find a way to approach the bottomless ruins underworld. However, the environment within the bottomless ruins was too dangerous, and Fan Wu Jie could not guarantee that he would be lucky enough to land in a relatively safe, perilous land every time. If he ran into the perilous land that Taoist Yuan Yu had mentioned, he would not even know how he died. Fellow Taoist, there is no turning back now. Only by working together will we have a chance to walk out of the bottomless ruins alive. Fellow Taoist, please let go of your grudges, and we should work together. Fan Wu Jie said seriously. I still don't know how I should address fellow Taoist. Fan Wu Jie suddenly asked with a smile. Yuan Yu replied angrily. Didn't you give me the nickname of Taoist Three Poisons? How can I do that? That's too rude. Fan Wu Jie said seriously. Yuan Yu sighed helplessly. My Taoist name is Zheng Yang. You could just call me Zheng Yangzi. Chapter 1245. Little Fan, if you want to survive in the vitality-corroding blood fog, perhaps you only need to summon the cosmic light true water. But if you want to survive in the vitality-corroding blood sea, it won't be that easy. Old Taoist Yuan Yu looked Fan Wu Jie up and down, then shook his head and said, No, your disguise is too righteous. It's a little too righteous. Fan Wu Jie was speechless. What does staying alive in the depths of the ultimate have to do with dressing up? Old Taoist Yuan Yu was already smearing black ash that looked like the bottom of a pot on his body. He smeared the black ash under the corners of his eyes, hung them high, and applied thick eyeshadow. Then he practiced the look in his eyes, imitating the look of a sinister dove, making his originally kind eyes look sinister and poisonous, making him look like an extremely gloomy old devil. Then he let his hair down, put on a white bone crown, and hung a large necklace with human skulls around his neck. He wore a green phosphorescent flame on his body, and even stuck a blood-red contact lens on his face. His eyes were bloodshot, thick black eyeshadow, and his skin was smeared with high gloss powder, making him look frighteningly pale. He changed into a black robe, and even his protective true energy was replaced by a billowing black wind murderous aura. Not long after, the image of a typical old devil of the demonic path, an old monster who had lived for who knew how many years, was fresh out of the oven. If Fan Wu Jie hadn't seen him transform with his own eyes, he would have drawn his sword by now. Old devil, are you finally showing your true form? Fan Wu Jie had a strange expression on his face. What do you know? This is my survival, acting, experience after living for tens of millions of years and successfully making it out of the depths of the ultimate alive. Yuan Yu said seriously, in the ultimate, the righteous path is dangerous, and the demonic path is easier to survive. And you still say you're not an old devil? Fan Wu Jie said, in this world, if you want to live well, you have to learn how to act. Acting is a great path to heaven, and it is a must for both righteous and demonic paths. You are still too young, but when you live a little longer, you will realize that if you want to live well in the heavens, you have to establish a few identities. The devil Tao understands this very well. Look at how they mix around in the myriad worlds. Which one of them doesn't have a few righteous identities? For example, the Fan clan's third ancestor is said to have the identity of a devil Tao sect master. He seems to be the sect master of the blood diagram devil sect in the Brahma heaven realm, Old Ancestor Tuesday. Of course, this is just a rumor. In any case, the Fan clan has always denied it. This is a classic example of the righteous path wearing the identity of the demonic path. Third forefather? Fan Wu Jie's worldview is shattered. The blood map devil cult is notorious in the Brahma heaven realm. How could it be a force controlled by Group 3? Anyone with a discerning eye can guess that the blood map demon cult is backed by your Fan clan. Don't forget that the sect master of the blood map demon cult also has the surname Fan. Yuan Yu said in a low voice. But he is a traitor of the Fan family, and he has caused the deaths of countless members of our Fan family. Fan Wu Jie retorted, but his tone was a little shaken. The internal conflicts of large clans can also be life or death, okay? It's not like this is the first time you have been in a clan. Don't tell me that you are so pure and innocent that you don't know the cruelty of a clan's internal strife. Yuan Yu adjusted his sharp canines and made a few ferocious expressions while he explained, looking at the history of the Brahma heaven realm, although the blood map demon cult has been attacked time and time again, didn't they manage to survive? On the other hand, when your Fan family is cleaning up the other demonic orthodoxies, they're stabbed in the back by the blood map demon cult. The people of the world say that the internal strife of the demonic path is fierce, and they are never united. But they don't know that in most of the worlds where the righteous path is prosperous, the demonic path is the black glove of some righteous forces, and they specialize in doing the dirty work. A territory, a position, if you don't occupy it, the enemy will. In any world, there are dirty and dark places, and these places are the nutrients for the demonic path. Especially you aristocratic families, you occupy a huge amount of resources. How can those rogue cultivator geniuses, those commoners who are not aristocratic families, stand out? This is the soil that the demonic path grows on. You know that if you leave your own garbage pile, rats and maggots will definitely grow, but you don't want to waste time and energy to clean it. So what should you do? It's nothing more than letting your own rats and maggots occupy that place. Every world has its dark side. If you don't want to be used by the demonic path, then it's best to nurture your own demonic forces. This is the Gu Dao, a place that can easily breed evil goo. If you want to suppress the growth of evil goo, you need to let the beneficial goo occupy it. The biggest enemy of the demonic path is another demonic path, and the competition is the most intense. It's just like how the killing between the righteous path is the most intense, and the ones who suffer the most are those of the righteous path. Fan Wu Jie said quietly, so the righteous path also has the identity of the demonic path, just like me, third ancestor. When I do bad things, I suddenly turn into a giant of the demonic path. No, you third ancestor are different. You, third ancestor, are originally a giant who cultivates the demonic path. You just put on the skin of the righteous path to confuse the world. Yuan shook his head and said, he is originally from the demonic path. He just disguised himself as the righteous path, and the righteous path is his false identity. This is the benefit of living long. The reason why you, third ancestor, were able to survive under the suppression of the previous two ancestors was because of your refined demonic arts, as well as your cunning and malicious mind. At that time, he borrowed the power of the demonic path to plot against the Fan family's competitors, and used the Fan family's power to attack the demonic path competitors. He was able to benefit from both sides, playing a tightrope game, walking on the edge of danger. In the end, he schemed to make the Fan family a great enemy, forcing the two ancestors of the Fan family to devote all their resources to nurturing him, and only then did he become a devil monarch. At that time, he had a nickname in the demonic path, Venomous Heart. 80 million years ago, he was a rising star of the demonic path. At that time, your third ancestor was in the Brahma heaven realm, and even in the Fan family, the name Venomous Heart, Devil Monarch Venomous Heart, was known to everyone. But 80 million years have passed, and those who had not become Dao monarchs who knew about it have all died. So he was washed clean. Now, only a few veteran Dao monarchs know about this part of history. At this time, Yuan Yu had already finished his disguise. His body was covered with thick demonic energy, and his eyes were crimson red and sinister. He did not look like a living person at all. He changed his tone, lowered his voice, and made his voice sound hoarse. It sounded very dark, and after a few sentences, he would occasionally let out a strange laugh, which made him look slightly retarded. He had a padded nose, which was slightly hooked, and his eyebrows were protruding. No matter how you looked at him, his face was terrifying. Fan Wujie's hands, which were stained with the blood of the demonic path, could not help but feel restless when he saw this face. You better change your appearance as well. Right now, you look like a good person. Yuan Yu laughed coldly. No one will Is it okay to laugh like this? Fan Wujie could not help but interrupt him. Fan Wujie let out a strange laugh that sounded like two pieces of steel rubbing against each other. He continued, this is how a normal old devil should laugh. Hee. This sounds very strange, like the laughter of a night owl. After the two of them seriously discussed how the old devil should laugh, Yuan Yu muttered in his heart, so all the years I've been a devil, I've laughed wrongly? I've laughed several times in public during the demonic path's gathering. Isn't that very embarrassing? No wonder no old devil would laugh strangely in front of me. Are they laughing at me behind my back? No, they actually dare to laugh at me? I have to find a chance to kill them all. Yin Yang Demon Master must always be right. Wait, they don't seem to know that I'm Yin Yang Demon Master. Then I'll give them a chance for the time being. If anyone knows that I'm Yin Yang Demon Master, I'll kill them. Wait a minute. Yin Yang Demon Master is not my real identity. What does Yin Yang Demon Master's humiliation have to do with me, Yuan Yu? When I was the sect master of Beauty Sect, what kind of wretched things had I not done? Compared with Mr. Turtle of the Myriad Worlds, a little weird laughter doesn't seem like a big deal. At least I, heavenly venerable Yuan Yu, have never been humiliated. No one knows that there's a heavenly venerable Yuan Yu on the mystic door. So why would I be humiliated? Wait a minute. What's the point of having an identity that no one knows? Yuan Yu pondered and said, it seems that only senior brother Zhao Gongming is familiar with me. The others either know Yin Yang Demon Master, Zheng Yang Zhenren, or the Sect Master of Beauty Sect. When you're undercover for too long, you'll forget your original self. A trace of sadness flashed across Yuan Yu's eyes. It seems that I've still been humiliated. In the end, Fan Wujie still chose to believe in Yuan Yu's experience. He was a little nervous in his heart, but there was also a little bit of excitement that no one knew about. He was just like a pure and innocent young man who was starting to rebel for the first time. He gathered his courage and excitedly took that step towards the path of the devil. Fan Wu Jie said fiercely and disdainfully with a hint of excitement. The demonic path scoundrels have a strange style. They always smear things on their faces with strange, colorful things, and they're extremely ugly. Yuan Yu was speechless. Their bodies, hair, and skin were given by their parents. That's right. Their bodies, hair, and skin were given by their parents, and the demonic path destroyed them at every turn. How depraved! Fan Wu Jie cursed fiercely. He excitedly pierced 3 rings on his upper lip, stuck out his tongue, and pierced 2 rings. The shiny iron rings clanked against each other on his face, making him look very strange. Ugly, Fan Wu Jie cursed, and then dyed his hair with a layer of rainbow colors. Depraved, Fan Wu Jie scolded the demonic path, pierced a nose stud, and put on an ear stud. Shameless, Fan Wu Jie was full of righteousness. He painted his lips black and put on exaggerated eye makeup. He held a bone-heart locking hammer in one hand, and a few demonic magical items hung on his body. Skeletons, white bones, ghost flames, and blood decorations could be seen everywhere. There were also many strange and horrifying tattoos on his body, but in fact they were meaningless. Tattoos are the tradition of the demonic path inherited from the ancient witchcraft, and are the legacy of the ancient witchcraft totem. Many tattoos have magical powers, and are the symbols of the great Tao. Yuan Yu, as the orthodox deputy leader of the demonic path, wanted to scold him loudly. What kind of demonic demeanor was this? We are very careful and serious when it comes to tattoos, okay? Many of the great Azura heavenly demons' secret techniques required needles to be inserted into human skin with secret medicines and demons, and tattooed with the demonic talismans and patterns that represented the great Azura demonic path's blood sea secret techniques. They often used demonic flames to refine themselves into a blood shadow, demonic soul, and only then could they achieve great magical powers. Such a painful, demonic, terrifying, and cruel thing. How could it seem so vulgar when it comes to you? I had no choice. After a fierce struggle in my mind, I interrogated my Tao heart, and for the sake of righteousness, I sacrificed myself and became a demon. I endured my hatred of the demonic path and pretended to be a demon. Old senior, for this trip to the ultimate, I sacrificed a lot. Fan Wu Jie's hair swelled up exaggeratedly like a colorful peacock's tail. He said to Yuan Yu with a pained expression, "I think you're enjoying it." Yuan Yu couldn't help but ridicule. "I really sacrifice a lot for this, but for the sake of being a spy of the demonic path, I was willing." Fan Wu Jie struck a haughty pose, as if he didn't hear Yuan Yu's words, and said to himself, "I need a new name to disguise myself as a demon, a fake name. My surname is Fan, and it sounds like I'm a pillar of the righteous path. It's not appropriate. Your Fan clan's 3rd ancestor is the most orthodox demonic path, the true disciple of the slaughter demon ancestor." Yuan Yu reminded. The demonic path slaughters all living beings and sets off endless slaughter. It's very evil, and I have to reflect this evil. What do you think of my surname as Slaughter? The giant of the demonic path, Sha clan. It sounds very cool. Our demonic path doesn't have such a retarded family. Yuan Yu couldn't even hide his identity as a spy anymore. We, the Sha clan of the demonic path, slaughter all living beings, kill countless, and carry out slaughter on behalf of the heavens. We are the true disciples of the slaughter demon ancestor, the orthodox disciples of the demonic path. Fan Wu Jie pretended to be cold and emotionless, like an emotionless killer. Not only did he not notice anything wrong, but he immediately called himself a demonic path. I think the slaughter demon ancestor will come down to clean up the family. Yuan Yu is already too tired to ridicule him. Killing is my surname. What should I be called? Jinmo? That's not appropriate. Too orthodox. After slaughtering all living beings, it's time to bury everything, to destroy and bury, to bury the heavens, to bury the earth, to bury all living beings, to kill as my surname, to bury is my name, to bury. It sounds like so strange, it really needs these 3 words. After slaughtering all living beings, it's time to bury the purest things, to destroy the most precious things of the world. Love is the most precious emotion of the world. Why don't we call it killing, burying love? Fan Wu Jiano. Killing, burying love stuck up his head like a rooster's comb and said some stupid words. Next to him, the deputy head of the demonic sect, Yin Yang Demon Master, listened with their eyes twitching madly. Even though he had no sense of belonging to the demonic path, Yuan Yu still had the urge to clean up the family. If the orthodox path produces a few demonic sects like this, we demonic path will definitely become the laughingstock of the universe. What a vicious, what an exquisite plan. Destroying the image of us demonic path, making us the representative of the mentally retarded in the universe. Too vicious, too cruel. Visibility was very low in the vitality corroding blood fog. Even if a Tao Lord released his divine sense, which was powerful enough to scan a part of the world with a single thought, it could only reach a distance of 1,000 feet in here, and his divine sense would also be corroded by the vitality corroding blood fog. Fan Wu Jie and Yuan Yu had to use their eye magic that they had cultivated to barely see 100 feet. Under Yuan Yu's threat of death, Fan Wu Jie had no choice but to give up the terrifying name of killing, burying love, so that Patriarch River Styx would not have to personally clean up the family. Fan Wu Jie gave up on the name killing, burying love, so that Patriarch River Styx would not have to personally clean up the family. Honorable Lao AI, you made Mo act as a pawn of the devil Tao. Could it be that the land of returning ruins is still alive? Fan Wu Jie spoke as if he had a D*CK in his mouth. The veins under Yuan Yu's temples throbbed. Enduring the bulging blood vessels, he said with surging blood chi, "If you speak in such a tone again, I'll go all out and clean up the sect, even if I don't return from the sinkhole. Old Taoist, you asked me to disguise myself as a demonic path disciple. Are there living beings in the returning ruins?" Fan Wu Jie immediately changed his tone and said seriously, "Why not?" Yuan Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, "In fact, the returning ruins is a much more exciting place than you think. Didn't you say that you're the only one who came out from the depths of the returning ruins alive?" Fan Wu Jie asked in confusion. "I'm the only one who came out alive, but who else is not? You should know that for some races, places which are unsuitable for human life are actually places which they call home. I was only able to leave this place alive. There are many other Tao Lords who were trapped inside and unable to leave. They're still alive. In fact, the interior of the returning ruins is very large. Countless worlds have fallen here, forming an unimaginable graveyard of worlds. Some of the living beings who fell into the returning ruins were lucky enough to adapt to the environment here and survive. It takes a long time for a world to be destroyed, long enough for another civilization to be created. The depths of the returning ruins are very dangerous. There are many dangerous places where even Dara died, but there are also many relatively peaceful places, such as the primordial corroding blood sea. Even Tao Lords can't last long in the primordial corroding blood mist. How many living beings can survive in such a harsh environment? Not to mention forming a civilization? Fan Wu Jie refused to believe it. Don't forget, the primordial corroding blood sea is only a kind of foreign origin power formed by the great Tao of destruction. The blood river true water is extremely filthy and corrodes all living things. Very few living things can survive in it. However, there's a type of living thing that uses the boundless blood sea as its home. It is born from the blood sea. Yuan Yu said calmly. Fan Wu Jie was shocked. Are you talking about the Azura race? The Azura race can survive in the blood sea and adapt to the primordial blood sea. The Azura race is naturally close to the demonic Tao. The great Tao of destruction in the depths of the returning ruins is just a remnant of the power of the demon ancestor. If the Azura race cultivates the demonic Tao of destruction, can they survive in the primordial corroding blood sea? Yuan Yu said with a smile. Fan Wu Jie lowered his head and began to calculate. After a long time, he looked up and said, Even if it is, as you said, the lifespan of the ordinary Azura race will be shortened by 10 times in the primordial corroding blood sea. The Azura race is born with extremely long lifespans. Even if their lifespan is shortened by 10 times, they can still reproduce and survive. But even the Azura demon kings will be eroded away in less than 10 million years in the primordial corroding blood sea. This can't be considered as completely resisting the great Tao of destruction. In the end, they will still be destroyed by the great Tao of destruction. Could it be that the Tao monarchs and golden immortals can become immortal outside of the returning ruins? Yuan Yu shook his head and said, "The mushroom in the morning does not know the new and the new, and the cockroach does not know the spring and autumn. But is a small year inferior to a big year? Life has always been relative. Don't tell me that the ephemeral mayflies have no reason to live. Can the ephemeral mayflies prove their Tao? Ephemeral and ephemeral. How can they cultivate?" Fan Wu Jie shook his head and said. Yuan Yu did not answer. At this time, he stopped in his tracks and gestured to the front. "We are here." Under the cover of the blood fog, a corner of a majestic ancient city was revealed. The city walls were thousands of meters tall, and they looked lifeless in the blood fog, like a huge shadow of death. On top of the city walls, there were moving heads. They were all ugly humanoid creatures with 3 or 5 heads. Occasionally, there were a few females, but they were all extremely beautiful. The blood mist was blocked by a strange barrier on the ancient city walls, revealing a black blank space in the middle of the blood sea. This was the ancient city that the Azura race had built in the depths of the returning ruins. It was called Luo Ilua City. Chapter 1246. An ancient city was built in the depths of the ultimate ruins. Fan Wu Jie's hair stood up high, but did not stop him from looking shocked. To be able to build such an ancient city in the depths of the ultimate ruins, perhaps it was the mighty Azura clan, or even Dara. The Azura king is Dara, and Dara who was born with spirit. Old Taoist Yuan Yu said fearfully. The Azura king is terrifying. Legend has it that they have the power to kill gods. In the western Pure Land of ultimate bliss, there are often Azuras under the leadership of the great Azura king to attack the territory of the gods. Azura means non-celestial beings, an existence on the same level as gods. Any Azura is born with a long life and power that surpasses ordinary immortals. And their king, of course, is Dara. Azura is Sanskrit, and in our language, it means not heaven. The Azura king of this city hates the righteous path. Although there are legends of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas subduing the Azura king, and there are also great Bodhisattvas who were born in the Azura clan, such as the legendary Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who was born in the Azura clan, the Azura king who dares to come to the ultimate ruins to hide naturally cannot admire the righteous path. That is why I asked you to disguise yourself as a demon and sneak in. Remember, the Azura king hates the righteous path. If you and I are exposed, the Azura king will torture us to death. Fan Tianjun hesitated. The more evil, the better? Yuan Yu nodded. The more evil, the better. Extremely evil, devoid of humanity. We are the leaders of the demonic path who do not have a shred of humanity. Very, very, very cruel. Repeat after me. Old Taoist Yuan Yu closed his eyes, and after a brief mental preparation, he opened his blood-red eyes. There was no warmth in them, and they were extremely cruel and cold like a wild beast. He said, "I am a demon without humanity." Fan Wu Jie continued to speak in a hoarse voice like a night owl. "I am very cruel, very poisonous, very fierce. I am a demon without emotion. I am super fierce." "All right." Yuan Yu walked toward the city gate and said, "I've never been to the primordial corroding blood sea before. The news about the Azura tribe is also something I heard when I was in the bottomless ruins. When the time comes, just wait for my signal and act accordingly." Fan Wu Jie followed behind like a follower, sharing a common hatred for the enemy. He nodded his head in agreement like a little brother following behind Yuan Yu. After he was done, he was still a little apprehensive. He whispered to Yuan Yusheng, "Senior, are we just going to walk in like this? Should I disguise myself? Maybe I can pretend to be an Azura? In front of Dara, we won't have the chance to disguise as Azuras." Yuan Yu transmitted his voice. The ancient Azura city was incomparably tall. Just the city gate itself was already tens of thousands of feet tall, like a small mountain. The two Azura heavenly generals guarding the gate were actually almost as tall as the city gate. The soldiers behind them exuded an extremely thick and heavy aura. Fan Wujie could tell that they were definitely not any weaker than him, and the aura of the two god generals who were leading them actually made Fan Wujie shudder. Such a strong aura. Is the Azura tribe strong enough to send Dara to guard the gate? Yuan Yu looked nostalgic as he whispered, "Isn't this the Dara of the Azura tribe? In the Azura tribe, Dara is called the Azura king. Golden immortals are called Azura heavenly generals, and heavenly immortals are called Azura heavenly gods. These are two god generals leading a team of heavenly gods." These are heavenly gods? Veins popped on Fan Wujie's face. "They're almost stronger than me, and you still call them heavenly gods?" Azura is an innate race. These god generals achieved their Tao before the Chaos Realm was broken. The origin of the Chaos Realm and the physique of an innate life form are already this strong. A mere heavenly immortal can compare to a future golden immortal. A small pond cannot breed a big fish. You became a Tao monarch, but you borrowed the origin of a small world formed by the Chaos Realm fragments. They became the origin of the entire Chaos Realm. Of course, they cannot be compared. You don't have to be discouraged. Seeing that Fan Wujie was a little depressed, Yuan Yu comforted him. You and the Azura heavenly generals are the same level apart from the realm of Dara. They're not much closer to Dara than you are. In fact, they're even further away from Dara. Without Dara, all of this is meaningless. In the Chaos Realm, the direct descendants of the gods and demons of chaos were even as strong as Dara. But the significance of Dara is not just about power. Under Dara, the gap in power between golden immortals can be widened to an incalculable extent, because without Dara, it does not stop those near the realm from becoming stronger. Golden immortals and Tao monarchs have no bottlenecks and can accumulate power endlessly. But Dara is not something that can be achieved by accumulating power. The realm of Dara is something completely different. You can see that compared to the innate life forms, the existence of Dara is like an ant. Of course, if you achieve Dara, you may find that the gap between Dara is perhaps greater than all the realms below it. Some people are called Dara because they define themselves as Dara. Don't think that they're the same kind of existence as you. The gap between you and them is incomparably vast. Yuan Yu's tone was a little ethereal, and his expression seemed to be a little lost. "You speak as if you are already Dara." Fan Wujie rolled his eyes and said softly. Yuan Yu also rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I am only comforting an ingrate like you because I have been bewitched. After the primordial world was broken, the universe could no longer provide for the innate races. Therefore, the Azuras born after the primordial world was broken only had innate qualities that were slightly stronger than us humans. They did not have the nature-defying physique of the innate life forms. So look," Yuan Yu gestured to Fan Wujie. The ancient city of Azura was very lively, and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Azuras walked back and forth in the city. These Azuras had strong physiques, and even the weakest Azura had the strength to achieve immortality. However, they were not as scary as the Azura heavenly generals and heavenly deities who guarded the city gates. Fan Wujie was among them, and he could be considered a powerhouse who had climbed to the peak. Fan Wujie breathed a sigh of relief. If the entire ancient city of Azura was filled with powerhouses who were stronger or as strong as him, he would suspect that Azura would fight their way out of the ruins of End and sweep across the realm sea. "Who are you people?" One of Azura's god generals noticed the two approaching them, and he shouted with his halberd, "Why are you sneakily spying on my Luo Alaw city?" That Azura god general had 4 arms and 3 heads, and each of his faces had 5 god eyes. A total of 15 god eyes looked over, and the divine light shrouded the space where Fan Wu, Jie, and Yuan Yu were, suppressing them so much that they could not move. At this moment, Yuan Yu straightened his neck and said with a red face, "This god general, we are fellow devil cultivators who have come to seek refuge with great Azura King. We have long heard of great Azura King's name in Luo, Ilua City, and we know that the Devil King is planning something big. It is really difficult for us to survive in the ruins of End, so we have come to seek refuge." "Oh, devil cultivators who have come to seek refuge with my king?" Only then did the god general put down his halberd, and he shouted, "What capabilities do you have to dare to seek refuge with my king?" Yuan Yu said with a flattering smile, "We don't have any capabilities, and we can only wave the flag and cheer for our king. God General, please let us into the city. When the time comes, Great Azura King just needs to raise his arm, and we will definitely follow him." Fan Wu Jian nodded madly. When the two of them saw the godly general step aside for them, they obediently made their way into the city. When they were halfway there, they heard the Azura godly general suddenly say, "Wait." Fan Wu Jie's heart began to race uncontrollably. He hesitated, wondering if he should suddenly unleash the cosmic true water to freeze the flow of time in this place. After that, he could abandon Yuan Yu and flee for his life. The god general stared at them suspiciously for a while, and when he saw that Fan Wu Jie and Yuan Yu did not show any special expression, he slowly said, "I will send you into the palace. His Majesty wants to see you." Fan Wu Jie cursed under his breath. He looked at the heavenly General Azura, who was brimming with murderous aura and blood energy. In the next moment, the rebellious young Dao Lord obediently followed behind the heavenly general. The heavenly General Azura's gaze swept past Daoist Yuan Yu and stopped on Fan Wu Jie. He looked at him a few times, and he always looked like he wanted to say something. The ancient city of Azura was extremely grand, and even the god general, who was tens of thousands of feet tall, could easily walk through the streets. The flying ship brushed past the god general's shoulder, and the Azura commoners who were as tall as giants in front of Fan Wu Jie and Daoist Yuan Yu were like rabbits in front of the god general, and Fan Wu Jie couldn't help but worry that the god general would trample a bunch of people to death when he walked on the streets. The Azura tribe in the city were all different, and the Azura tribe was a complicated and huge tribe, and it was the general name for the tribes born from the Blood Sea. Other than that, the bloodline of each tribe was actually different, but the common characteristic was that the men of the Azura tribe looked extremely ugly and ferocious, and the women were very beautiful. Fan Wu Jie could not take his eyes off them. Among the Azura tribe, there were even humans who had cultivated the great Azura immortal body, and they were included in the Azura tribe. However, Luo Ilua City did not have any Azura who had cultivated to become an Azura, and Fan Wu Jie saw all kinds of Azura in the ancient city. Some had multiple heads, some had multiple arms, and there were even Azuras who were in the shape of beasts and covered in scales. He even saw Azura shepherds herding Tautai, and the dragon-like beasts that looked like sheep were really like lambs under the whips of the Azura tribesmen. If any of the livestock herded here were to run into a relatively weaker world, it would be a terrible disaster. The primordial corrosive blood sea corrodes everything. And even if the Azura tribe is not afraid of the primordial corrosive blood mist, how do they survive in this forbidden land? Fan Wu Jie said with a sigh. How do they obtain food? They can't just rely on herding Tautai, can they? This is one of the most important secrets of the ancient city of Azura. It is said that the Blood Sea contains great dangers, but also great fortunes. Daoist Yuan Yu said calmly, the Azura tribe lives on the great fortunes in the Blood Sea. The Azura celestial general stole a glance at Fan Wu Jie for a long time, and finally he could not help but say, "You guys are walking a little too slowly. Why don't you come up to my shoulder?" Fan Wu Jie looked at the Azura celestial general and his mountain-like body and agreed without hesitation. He flew up to the celestial general's shoulder and the two of them looked like two tiny flies. The Celestial General thought that he had pulled Fan Wu Jie into their relationship, so he did not think it would be presumptuous of him to speak again. So he asked, "Friend, I see that you are dressed strangely, and you even have holes on your body. May I know which demon sect's big shot are you a disciple of?" Fan Wu Jie said proudly, "I am Sha Wu Sheng, a direct descendant of the Sha family of the demon sections." Yuan Yu turned his face away, pretending that everything had nothing to do with him, and that he did not know him at all. He almost whistled to show that he was just a passerby. But the tall Celestial General did not let him go, and he looked at Yuan Yu with one eye and asked, "Friend, what about you?" Yuan Yu had no choice but to stand up and return the greeting. "I am the sect master of the Beauty Maiden sect, Reverend Three Poisons." Unexpectedly, the Celestial General was just asking casually and did not care about Yuan Yu's answer. Instead, he paid more attention to Fan Wu Jie. The Azura clan has not appeared in the bottomless ruins for a very long time, and our understanding of the outside world comes from some cultivators who accidentally stumbled into the bottomless ruins. Our news is very outdated, and we actually do not know which demon ancestor's orthodoxy the Sha family is from. Looking at your extraordinary demeanor, I believe you must be from an extremely powerful orthodox branch of the demon sections. The little ring that you are wearing, is it some kind of secret divine art of the Sha family? Can be used to kill people? Yuan Yu stood foolishly on the Celestial General's shoulder, looking at how the Celestial General was not interested in him, and instead had an inexplicable look of respect for Fan Wu Jie. Yuan Yu was baffled. He had just introduced himself as the sect master of the Beauty Maiden sect, and the Beauty Maiden sect was one of the direct orthodoxies of the Yin-Yang demon sect of the 10 paths of demon sects, and was also a force under the Yin-Yang demon ancestor. The Yin-Yang demon sect was an orthodoxy that was on par with the Azura demon sect. Although the Azura demon sect was the strongest orthodoxy of the demon sects, you were just the confidants of the former demon ancestor Luo, who had lost the battle against the current leader of the demon sects, and not the people of the River Styx demon ancestor, who was currently in control of the demon sections. Although the Yin-Yang demon sect was slightly weaker, we were the direct descendants of the current leader. How dare you look down on me, the Yin-Yang demon master? Are you thinking that you have not worn enough shoes? You are lawless. You have wronged the innocent Celestial General Azura. He knew about the Beauty Maiden sect. Wasn't it just a group of women? The Azura tribe were all straight men, and they were the most straight men in the world. They did not even look up to the women of their own tribe, so it was too difficult to ask them to pay attention to the fairy sect, which had female cultivators in the demon sects. Otherwise, why would a large number of the women in the Azura tribe be taken away by the Buddhist sects? All the experts of the Azura women were in the Buddhist sections. On the other hand, Fan Wu Jie's fictitious killing style looked very arrogant and savage. That elegant and unruly hairstyle, that flamboyant and wanton color, that maverick piercing all over his body, and that heavy metal punk rural style deeply attracted the Azura country bumpkins from small places. Although the Celestial General had an extraordinary cultivation base, he had not seen much of the world. Living in a place like the Blood Sea, where there were basically no outsiders other than the Azura clan, his sense of beauty was very backward. He had seen too many ordinary, simple, and traditional people of the same clan. He had never seen the real noble, mighty, and grand culture of the primeval age in the universe. Thus, he was attracted by the local punk style. Seeing that the Celestial General Azura was getting restless, Yuan Yu felt weak all over. Where did these country bumpkins come from? Friend, since your family name is Sha, could it be that you are the Slaughter Demon ancestor's personal orthodoxy? The Celestial General was a little hesitant. He secretly glanced at the palace in front of him and said in a low voice, "When His Majesty asks you later, you must not say that you are under the Slaughter Demon ancestor." Fan Wu Jie did not really understand, but he saw Yuan Yu's expression change when he heard this. The Celestial General led the two into the majestic palace with a terrifying aura. Countless Azura Celestial Generals with terrifying auras stood on both sides of the palace, the surging aura causing Fan Wu Jie's face to turn pale. He turned around and saw a huge shadow sitting on the highest throne looking down at them. Are you here to seek an audience with me? Are you here to rely on me to do something great? The demonic shadow was shrouded in an aura of destruction. He could not be seen clearly, as if the sun and the moon were covered by a shadow. He was incomparably tall. 4 sword shadows flashed by his side, faintly discernible, appearing and disappearing from time to time. When the dim sword shadows appeared, Fan Wujie's heart went wild with alarm. It was as if a lethal weapon was pressed against his vitals, causing the hair on the back of his neck to stand on end. I don't know where you heard that I'm going to do something great. Since you are a fellow devil cultivator, I will naturally not refuse. However, there are 2 demon ancestors in the devil path. Currently, the slaughtered demon ancestor holds great power, while Yuan-Tu and Avicii hang high in the sky, controlling the will of heaven. Are you under the slaughtered demon ancestor? A fatal question. The celestial general's warning flashed in Fan Wujie's mind, and he immediately shook his head decisively. Before he could explain, Yuan-Yu took a step forward and said, "Of course not. I am under the destruction demon ancestor, and I am irreconcilable with the slaughter demon ancestor. If you are the direct disciple of the slaughter demon ancestor, we can submit to you, but if you want us to change sex, that is impossible." Oh, since you are willing to rely on the slaughter demon ancestor, why are you not willing to change sex? The shadow on the throne seemed to be very interested in asking. Because the destruction demon ancestor is the ancestor of the devil path, the true origin. The primordial world will be destroyed in the end, and our destruction Tao will eventually win. Now, all of us in the devil path are blessed by the destruction demon ancestor, and we have destroyed a world to prove our Tao. How can we betray our master just because the slaughtered demon ancestor is powerful? Yuan-Yu said resolutely, his face full of righteousness. The shadow on the throne turned his head and said, "Are you also single-minded to follow the destruction demon ancestor to death?" Fan Wujie immediately put on a solemn expression. For the destruction Tao, what harm is there in dying? All things will eventually be destroyed. Now that I am dead, I am just returning to destruction ahead of time, enjoying great joy and liberation. Very good. You are indeed the future hope of my destruction orthodoxy, the future successors of my destruction orthodoxy. The Azura King was overjoyed. Let me ask you, do you really like destruction? My greatest hobby is to destroy beautiful things for you to see. Old Taoist Yuan-Yu said with a cold expression. The Azura King praised. You are a ruthless person. When Fan Wujie heard this, his face became even more vicious. My greatest dream is to save the old demon ancestor from the end and destroy all the worlds in the universe. He pointed to the sky and swore with a solemn expression. Next to him, Yuan-Yu, who had a fierce expression, could be said to be a deranged and inhumane duo. The Azura Demon King said in shock, "You are even more ruthless than him. You are a werewolf." Old Taoist Yuan-Yu said in a low voice. Then is the demon master willing to lead us to save the destruction demon ancestor, so that the destruction Tao can illuminate the universe and destroy everything? The Azura Demon King was silent for a while before he raised his head and said, "You are really deranged, hopelessly crazy. To save the destruction demon ancestor, he will destroy us as well. And to destroy this beautiful world, is this king going to starve to death? I thought you were 2 relatively rational demonic cultivators, but I didn't expect you to be 2 lunatics. How unlucky. Take him down and imprison him in the sea, eye of the blood sea. Don't let this kind of lunatic out to harm the world." Old Taoist Yuan-Yu and Fan Wujie were stunned. Old Taoist Yuan-Yu struggled and said, "Wait, my king, isn't your great plan to save the destruction demon ancestor? I only want to borrow the destruction demon ancestor's spiritual treasure and control a part of the number 1 killing treasure. How could I have such a crazy idea? Take him down. We must not let this kind of lunatic escape. Save the destruction demon ancestor. and let the world be destroyed. The Asura demon king clasped his hands behind his back and said, I am merciful and save the world again. My merit is great. The Buddhists should give me the position of bodhisattva. The scribe at the side said, when the king saw the destruction demon disciple, he heard that the demon disciple lured him with the wild talk of doomsday. The king rebuked him with the righteousness of the survival of the universe. The demon disciple was ashamed and imprisoned himself in the blood sea prison. Everything I did was for the sake of this universe. Protecting this primordial world for generations is the destiny and fetters of the Asura clan. Even if we sink into the blood sea of the river Styx, we never forget to redeem ourselves. Although the Asura clan has always been misunderstood by the world and discredited by the Buddhists and the mystic door, every time we face the threat of world destruction, it is always the Asura clan who stands up and stops the world from being destroyed. The Asura demon king said emotionally. The entire hall was filled with thunderous applause. Today, I've saved the world again. I've led the Asura tribe to destroy the demon ancestor Rose conspiracy 1,300 times. After defeating all kinds of evil disciples who are extremely vicious and evil, I must write a letter to Buddha Tathagata to raise my Buddhahood level. The two evil disciples today, one delights in destroying beauty, and the other swears to destroy the heavens and the 10,000 worlds. Both are very cruel. I, Asura Shimori, fought against them with a fearless spirit and great power. We fought until the blood sea was almost destroyed, sacrificing 100,000 Asura warriors to imprison them. The Buddhist League must give us 10 cubic meters of merit pond water, 300,000 pieces of 7 treasures glaze, and 3,000 Gandharv maidens as compensation. Shemari wrote in his letter.